Well, hello everyone. It would help if I added myself to the stream so y'all can hear me. How's everyone doing? Just making our sound check to make sure that you can hear me before we begin. Good. Hi, everyone. Yeah, today is going to be, it might be a little bit lengthy, actually, because there's a lot that I have to say, and I'm also going to be inviting my mods in because they also have a lot to say. So we are breaking up with the Watts case. We've had enough, especially after everything that's been going on in these last couple of weeks. So I'm gonna try to also look at chat to make sure I don't miss anything and that I'm not distracted. But first, before we begin, I would like to thank Plunder for the shout out. I was took me totally off guard, and I was completely fangirling when I found out about that. So thank you. It means a lot to get a shout out from someone who I have respect for, and you know, I consider her to have integrity in her research and in her reporting. So I really appreciate it. So that's one thing that I wanted to put out there. I don't even know where to start. Like this case, as you guys know, is so convoluted and so confusing that I actually feel bad for I actually feel bad for the people who are just now starting to join the circus. So let me just send the link out to my mods so that they can join. All right. Mama Bear. I just read that in Plunder's voice. Subscribe to Plunder. Yes, integrity is key, and that's something that's lacking in this case, in my opinion. All right, so let's see. I took some notes, so I want to make sure that I capture everything. All right. So for those of you who have been around for a while and you know me, you know that I always talk about patterns, and I always emphasize the importance of patterns in behavior, especially because the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. And even though that, you know, when a big event happens or when anything happens that might interrupt the natural flow of life, that doesn't mean that the pattern then also stops. So I think with this case, there is plenty of information out in the, you know, in the public, in the discovery, that allowed us to have a look at people's patterns and to get to know their patterns and almost sorry, I'm getting distracted. I need to turn off some notifications. Yeah, so it almost allowed us to kind of predict that something bad was going to happen, and we can kind of tease apart all the patterns that led to that point, and what all the factors could have been that contributed to the big blow up, and things like that. So, but like as observers from the outside looking into the case, we might actually become part of that pattern and not recognize that we're in it. And if there's any lesson to be learned from this case, for me, it is the fact that those patterns don't stop when something bad happens. For example, this tragedy did not stop the pattern that Chris has been engaging in his whole life, and did not stop the pattern of his family dynamics, of Chris's dynamics with his environment and the people in his environment. So he is still the same. But the confusion and this frustration that we're all feeling right now in this case, in my opinion, means that we got sucked into that pattern. Oh, Caffeine is here. Let me add her. Hi. Can you hear me? Deja?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, now I can.
Awesome.
All right. Yeah, so I think that, the confusion and the desperation and just that helplessness that we feel for just wanting to know the truth, like just tell us the damn truth, Chris, is parallel, in my opinion, to the emotional confusion and desperation that Shanann must have felt in the weeks and days leading up to her demise. So that's where I had to step back first and foremost and recognize that, why am I getting so frustrated with this case, with the people in this case, with everything that's going on? Why does that affect me? And, well, welcome to the circus. We all have gotten caught up in that same pattern. And it wasn't until the last couple of weeks, when all this stuff started happening, and in these last couple of days that I just started, I was stressed out. I couldn't sleep. My eating was off. Like, it was affecting me on a level that I was not prepared for, nor did I ever wanted to get to that level. So thank God for the beautiful friends and women that I've met and the friends that I've made on this journey, because it wasn't long before all of us realized that we're all kind of feeling off in the last couple of days, right, Deja?
That's right.
Yeah, it was so fascinating that, once we put the cat out of the bag, basically, we all kind of were like, yeah, you know what? Like, I've been over it too, and it was kind of cathartic to realize that, the unconscious dynamics and the patterns have been happening this whole time. And thankfully that we were able to be self-reflective enough for us to be able to recognize that. Right. So that's kind of like my experience of what's going on right now. And and yeah, we decided that as a group that it would be better to remove ourselves from that pattern, from that cycle that is repeated over and over and over again, because there's no changing or stopping the system when when the other parties involved aren't aware that they're engaging in a unhealthy pattern, if that makes sense. So of course, what's going to happen is anyone who becomes part of that cycle becomes sucked in, because then they want to take on all of that burden that that is just filled. Like, this case is full of tragedy and of just pain. So you kind of want to take that on to help others. At least that's what it feels like. So you might think you're doing a good thing, but really, like, when we reflected on it, we weren't doing anything, right? I mean, and ultimately, like, all that it's created is just pain, more drama, more lies, more confusion. And we don't want anything to do with that. We don't want anything to do with that. And this case right now, it came to a point where people are being harmed, deliberately and maliciously harmed. And now, like, with this new spokesperson and her approach, we did not want to have anything to do with the narrative that's being weaved, because I started looking into this case because I couldn't digest the wicked way those two little girls were disposed of. And I still can't grapple with that. And I wanted to know the truth. I wanted to know why that happened. And I wanted to know how that happened. And I wanted to know that justice was served. And I don't think that's outrageous to ask for. And I think that we all, as the public, need and deserve to know the truth. And I don't know. That's kind of, and once you start looking at the discovery, which, by the way, I would bet that majority of people who are just now coming into the case, and even the old school people, I guarantee that not all of them have read the discovery, or that they even know that there's a whole digital discovery that you can download, listen to, look at the body cams, read the transcripts. A lot of people don't know that, and I don't blame them. Not everyone's a fanatic of true crime like we are. And just, I mean, who enjoys reading criminal complaints in their free time? Like, so that's kind of, when the discovery was dumped, it was like Christmas, basically. And once you started reading the discovery and you find all of those little discrepancies, that's where I then completely got sucked in, because I needed to know, was this a miscarriage of justice that this phone ping wasn't looked at further? And and then as time went on, obviously we were all there for it. We've dug through every piece of discovery, discussed it over and over again, and we have established that when you look at the discovery in its entirety, you will know what the established facts are. So when someone then comes around and in a condescending way is trying to teach you that what you've read is not accurate and that this is what actually was meant, that's where you're like, well, hold on, wait a minute. Like, no, I'm not going to allow my intelligence to be insulted, because all of us that have been looking at this case, we're all from different backgrounds, we all have different life experiences. We all have different levels of education, and all of us have been working as a community, as toxic as it was, but we have been working as a community to put together those facts that we all know, that we all by now know as just being fact. And so for one person to just kind of like, ta-da, pop in as this like superhero to tell us that no, you got it all wrong, and let me tell you why, and then come up with these ridiculous, I mean ridiculous ideas about what happened. I just became like, it's disgusted. I don't know how to explain it. It was just like a disgusting feeling, especially with some of the things that they're being said and basically yelled at us from this person. So I don't know. That's kind of like, I'll stop ranting now and let you speak, Deja, too. And this is basically going to be an ongoing discussion, and we're definitely going to be debunking a lot of the shit that was said. So I'll shut up for now. But yeah, Deja, do you want to share your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts is when I first saw the case, which I told you guys was when I saw the Lifetime movie, and I had been away from Facebook for months. Well, actually, maybe for a couple of years, I think. And it made me want to come back to Facebook and find out, what was going on. And I was fortunate enough to run across 3 groups that were dealing with facts and facts only. And that was Jana's group. Then I ran across your group, and then Unmasked. And everything in there was dealing with facts, but it also made me do my own research as well, connecting what I was seeing in chat and things that were seen based upon what I was reading. And then I started reading the Discovery also. What made me stay is that I felt like my life experience and things that I had, gone through, and even my job experience would help when I found out that there was no proper advocacy done in this case. So I offered, my help with that, because I believe in being a asset and not a liability. But then as things started happening more and more, I don't know, I started finding myself confused. And I know when you find yourself confused, something is wrong.
Right.
Something is just not right. You can go back and forth. And I mean, that is what critical thinking is about. You can change your mind on something, but it wasn't that I was changing my mind. I was confused.
We were being fed with all kinds of different conflicting information,
Exactly.
and no matter, there was no consistency.
No.
There was no there was no loyalty, which, I'm a stranger obviously to nearly all of you, so it's not like I expect loyalty, but I also would not expect to be taken a fool by a complete stranger for wanting to help, right? So
That's right.
it's like, why? Sorry, go ahead, Deja.
Yeah, I started feeling confused, and like I said, when I know confusion step in, something is not right. Something is just not adding up, and I didn't know what it was. So I just started listening and listening more um, to a lot of things that I was hearing and I was seeing. And when this other person came on the scene, and just the things that they were saying, I started having that feeling like, what is this all about? This is not true crime. This is not wanting to get to the truth. This is a narrative that someone has set up for all the wrong reasons. And I'm like, this is not helping people who are attached to this case. This is not helping the family. This is not helping anyone. And then I'm seeing all the people raging online, all the ugliness that I have never seen in situations like this. I was part of a group that was working with the Kanika Jenkins
I
case.
remember that case.
Yeah, I was part of the organization that helped work with that case. I was part of the organization that was trying to help with this mother who lost her daughter. She was stabbed over 50 some times. And never, I mean, the Kanika Jenkins case was bad, but nothing like this. I'm like looking at all of these emotionally unhinged people attaching themselves to this case, writing Chris, attaching their own narrative, because we don't know what he's saying and what he's not saying. Only thing we know is that what we see in the letters, what we've heard him say in 2019,
Mm-hmm.
that we know for fact. Other things is just what they're saying out of their own mouth, but it just was so ugly. And people attacking and going into people's real life and calling their jobs and their homes and attacking their children and so on and so forth. And I'm like, this is something's wrong here. Something's not right here. And I didn't come here to be part of hurt. I'm not going to attach myself to something that is not productive and continuing to get worse. I'm like, what are the secrets? This is a 2-year-old case.
Mm-hmm.
That everybody says that they want the answers.
Mm-hmm.
But I see everybody's different narrative. Everybody's saying different things.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like their own truth, not the truth. It's like what they want the truth to be. And hearing some of the things that I've been hearing from this other person, especially the disposal of those children, how could you disregard that? The most heinous, disgusting way you can throw away your children, and you say that that doesn't matter? That
Right.
part doesn't matter? How can you say that? Those were
Oh,
his children.
hi, Vanessa.
Hey guys. Sorry, I'm
Hi,
getting set up.
hi, Vanessa.
Yeah, I just want to share. I just want to share a screenshot of when you talk about the hate, Deja.
Hmm.
I just want to share this screenshot that was directed at me, and obviously, I don't know who this is because they're hiding behind a name or whatever. But this is a type of shit that not just me, but like a lot of people in this case are getting. And I when I started this with the purest intentions of wanting to find out the truth, and I did not expect to have to deal with this shit for 2 years where my name, my history, my identity is being dragged through the mud, only then to almost feel like I was spit in the face with what's going on now, because like I feel used. So I like this is I'm done. Like I'm not putting up with this anymore. And I'm not doing, especially not if there's no purpose or meaning to it. It's not getting us anywhere. We're not getting anywhere closer to any truth. As a matter of fact, it's only getting more confusing and convoluted because of the patterns that I mentioned at the very beginning. So those patterns are still playing out, even though Chris is in prison. They're still playing out because you have all these women who have been talking with him, and now when things are becoming more public, they're kind of, sorry, it's loud here. I don't know if you can hear it. Jeez.
No, it's not too bad. A little bit.
And now, they're comparing notes, quote unquote, because I don't know. They're comparing notes, and they're finding out that Chris has been, sharing different stories with different people. And, then we're wondering, like, why are all these YouTube channels fighting? Why are they even involved in this? Like, why is there so much hate? Why is there so much drama? And basically, it's literally like we're being wool is being how do you say it, woven over our eyes.
Mhm.
And we're all, it's like the blind leading the blind. And when there is someone who steps in and tries to help to get to the truth, guess what happens to them? They're eliminated.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So Vanessa, hi. So I just want to also just quickly say too that yesterday when well, my mods and I, we've been having this identity crisis for the past week or two. And yesterday, I think it all kind of, I don't even know how it started, but we ended up talking to the girls at Unmasked, and we found out, guess what? They feel the same. So Vanessa, what do you have to say?
I mean, I agree with everything you're saying. Um, I couldn't say it better. It's unbelievable. I was watching something a little bit this morning. I had to turn it off. And we were talking about this last night. It's become so unhealthy. It's hard for me to watch most of it at this point. But it's almost like the systematic, I don't know, minimization of what happened and people
Yes.
forgetting the big picture to go off in the weeds on these little things. And it's like this propaganda brainwashing at this point, and it's disgusting in my opinion.
Yeah. And yeah, we were talking last night, and we were actually talking about coming together and kind of putting together like this final big project from Unmasked and from True Psych Ward, where we just put all the facts together that are in Discovery, that we know to be true, and just put it all together like an encyclopedia for people to be able to refer back to once we're gone, because or what, I'm gone, because I know I'm not coming back to this case.
Mm-hmm.
And all of this bullshit that's circulating around, and all the false narratives that are being fed, to give people a place where they can come and check and do their own research, because I realize that not all people are going to know the Discovery by heart like we do, and when you mess up on little details that are huge, you're teaching those wrong details to a whole gang of people who are then going to be misinformed, and who are going to buy into this. And then for what purpose? My personal opinion is, if this family spokesperson is out there trying to collect money for a legal team for Chris or whatever, by all means, but there has to be transparency, because if you're purposefully putting out facts, or putting out misinformation as fact for the purpose of collecting money, like, that's super deceptive. That, like, I cannot be affiliated or associated with that. So yeah, so we were kind of thinking about putting together like this project.
Right. I think that's a good idea. And we were also talking about this. It's so funny when we compare notes and then you also look at the garbage that's out right now. There can't be 8 versions of the truth. And at this
Right.
point, people are just picking and choosing what they want to be true to fit their narrative. And if you go back, and I have things in writing and things like that, and I'm sure you do, and everyone else that's been involved in this does, and it's not lining up with the stuff that's coming out, and then they expect everyone to just roll over and believe the latest version. It's insulting.
It is. It's very insulting, and I can't decide. I can't just like I struggled with this on a personal level in terms of morality and ethics, because it's like, on the one hand, these are two families. They're grieving, and whose lives have been turned upside down, who are getting hurt and continue to get hurt, and no matter what you try to do to help, it's like you're being stopped. You're being flat out stopped. And I was listening to, I was surprised to hear that Miss Menza actually was questioning this whole thing herself. And you know that, you know, I was surprised because I actually was thinking that maybe, you know, Miss Menza would have similar thoughts, but even she was like, you know what, this isn't right. And she did say that she knows for a fact that it has been told to her by family members that there have been lawyers who have reached out to help the family and that they were turned down. So I'm not understanding. I'm just not understanding. There's a complete discrepancy between what I was under the impression was needed in terms of the help part versus what was actually happening and what the reality of it was.
And that's true. That's the same thing that I've been informed of. So if the purpose really is the 35C, which I personally do not believe, I think that that is more brainwashing and propaganda. Why wouldn't they take anyone up on the help that's been offered? And I mean, it doesn't add up at all.
It doesn't. And you know what struck a chord with me is when, you know, I'm just gonna come out and say it, but on one of the live streams or videos or wherever the new spokesperson was on, as you may know, I pay attention to words, and language is a thing for me, and going to the roots and all of that stuff. But when the words with regards to Anna and how Anna left, I think it was on a live stream, that was a question. You know, it was said that Anna is gone because she reminded Chris of Shanann, so we removed her. Who uses that word other than NK when
Right.
talking about human beings?
Exactly.
Yep. And then to go on and double down on it, which is what happened the other day, and say, yes, you know, Unmasked mentioned that we removed her and that it sounded like an orchestrated effort, and it was.
My
Really?
God. Yeah, and for what? For like my personal experience, because let's face it, there have been multiple people on YouTube and off who have been in contact with all of these people who are part of the case, and that's, I feel like it's like the worst kept secret, right? Because everybody's talking to everybody, but everybody is also keeping secrets from everybody when really it's well known. And so my whole purpose, as I said from the very beginning, is I'm here to find out the truth, and I'm not going to be aligning with any sides, because you're never going to get to the truth when you have a side. So I've also met with Anna, and I don't mean to call her out or anything. I've met with other people in this case too, so she's not the only one. And my impression of her is that she is the kindest person. She's like quiet and honest. Never, whenever she told me something, there was never any discrepancies, or her stories never changed. And when I spoke with her last, I could hear the fear in her voice. And that's scary. That's scary. And especially when you have these lunatics running around social media attacking people and abusing them, harassing them, having 5-hour lives about them, stalking them, going real life on them. You know, that's like way more than anyone would ever in their right mind sign up for.
Well, I totally agree with you. And I feel the same way about Anna. Anna is one of the kindest, most honest people that I know. I talk to her a lot. And she's the reason why I was already having doubts, but she's the reason everything that went down a couple months ago, why we backed away. What was done to her was disgusting. And to know that they knew the truth about what really happened. And now again, and we knew the truth, but it's who do you believe? but then they didn't correct it, and she was getting death threats and threatened and harassed, and she was doxxed in a group, and no one stepped up to correct it. And that's when I knew that they were complicit and they were okay with it.
Well, if she confirmed it, if she says, yes, it was orchestrated, like, what the hell?
Yeah. I mean, she just admitted it, what we were trying to get across. So I was shocked that that's one actual truth that she admitted, but it's not fair what was done to her. She was terrified. And I don't
And
blame
that
her.
was my problem also when I saw that people were saying that, that she released those calls and people were believing that. And they were spreading it all over social media. And we knew for a fact that Anna was not the one that did that. She did not record those calls and she did not release that. But yet and still, people were in chats and sitting on panels and saying this about this lady. And people were trying to come after her. And she has a child and no one cared. And I think that's when I started realizing that I am not going to be attached to anyone getting harmed. I'm not going to be attached to this hate anymore. It is vile, it's disgusting. I don't have that in my personal life, and I won't deal with that online with anyone. How I live online is how I live in my real life. I believe in advocacy, and that's for anyone. I don't like injustice, and when I see injustice, I'm going to stand up. I don't care if I don't like you. I don't care if we have disagreements, but I will not be attached to injustice, people getting hurt, people getting doxxed. Is disgusting to me. And what happened to her was wrong. And people continued to spread that lie over and over again.
Yep, I agree. And that's when, people getting hurt is not okay. And we all knew what was going on. And then we turned into protective mode. And once we turn into protective mode, that's when you lose us, because I'm not going to stand by and be a part of any of that.
No.
Yeah, someone just said Anna and NK are friends. And I just finished typing a comment to like proof, because I am done with rumors. I'm
No,
so
they are
done with
not
rumors.
friends.
Of course they're not. Of course they're not. But this is the type of shit. This is the type of shit that I'm seeing happening now more and more, especially with all these new people flocking in with their expertise and their analysis on the case and their stupidity. Where literally the other day, some dumbass tried to say that one of your mods was what was it again?
Which one? We've been under attack for, and I'm sure we'll get to the bottom of that. But yeah, we've been under attack the past couple weeks. You mean was it Teresa?
No, it was on that live where someone had screenshotted Jamie's entire friend list, and these stalkers went person by person tracking down who's from where they live, and they found someone who lived in Colorado or somewhere. I don't even know how they made that connection, and we're on their live talking about our research team discovered a connection between NK and Jamie. Oh my God.
Teresa's saying it was Randy.
It was. And we were sitting there, we're watching this like, I can't believe this. And everyone's believing it. And well, Jamie lied. She said she didn't have connections. I'm like, she doesn't. The person is our ex mod with the channel. She liked her public picture because at the time we were talking to her, and that turned into, and she's connected to that Robert guy. I couldn't believe what we were watching. And that's how rumors get started.
Exactly.
It's crazy.
It's absolutely crazy. And, I think the frustration for me was seeing just how many people were gobbling it up. And, as someone who spent hours upon hours upon hours looking at this case from every angle. I mean, Vanessa, we even met in Frederick, Colorado. We went to Frederick Police Station together.
Yes.
That's how deep we went. And then for some Looney Tune like that to show up and to just spread falsehoods like that, like it's
Yeah.
infuriating. And then for them to be entertained, oh God, it's like, and I don't know, it really is a slap. I would even say it's a spit in the face.
It is. And to see the, you know, couple, and then you see the money collecting and all that stuff,
Mhm.
and it's all fake. It's fake news. And yeah, it's extremely frustrating. I agree. And it's been going on a lot lately from all different sides. I don't know what frustrates me more. I think at this point it's the propaganda going on,
It
you
is.
know,
It's
with
propaganda.
KK. Yeah.
It's
And
propaganda.
and the trolls and like stuff like that. You know, if someone puts, like, just using your comment as an example, you know, it's friends with NK. Then, you know, you've got 400 people that go and repeat that. Then you've got, it's all in the groups. And then all of a sudden Anna gets 500 more death threats when there's no basis to that at all. And it's not even true. The reason she reached out to us 8 months ago or 6 months ago, whenever it was, is because she wanted to know about NK and she saw the series and she had questions. She, you know the facts if you're going to put out false, you know, or try to put out information. It's so frustrating. I get fired up.
And that goes back to integrity again, you know. And for a long time it would frustrate me that, you know, this badly kept secret, right, is, you know, that obviously a lot of creators are speaking with the Watts family and the Ruseks, and this is happening with both families, by the way, just different groups of people. And it's like frustrating to see that, because you have the family now swinging back and forth from one story to another to another to another, and now there's inconsistencies with what the family has told all these different creators, which is only bringing the spotlight back on them, when in reality it's, again, I will always say, if you put what the common denominator is Chris is not telling the truth, and I don't think that he will ever tell the truth, which is what I kind of hinted at, because I was listening to Rourke the other day, and because I was frustrated, and I was like, you know what, you know who else was frustrated in this case? Responders and everybody who's exposed to having to take those little girls out of those oil tanks. That's who the hell is frustrated with this case. So I went back and I listened to Rourke, and my favorite, this is a side note, my favorite body language channel is the Behavior Panel, and they always, you know, pop into my mind every time I'm like trying to observe someone's body language too, and I was trying to read his body language, and you can see the disgust in his face whenever those girls were brought up or mentioned or talked about. And I'm sorry, thank you so much for the super chats. And you can see that he's like kind of like swallowing the disgust when he has to recall that event of having to see them in that state, and then for someone like Deja said to minimize how they were disposed of, and to push the narrative that, like, well, he didn't have anywhere else to go, he was at work, so he just and then I heard Jay also saying, oh shit, what was it that she said? Someone had asked in their chat about what about the PTSD that all the first responders are dealing with now, and all the law enforcement are dealing with now, for having to process all of that shit as evidence. And she said something to the effect of, well, it's their job, they signed up for it.
Right.
Girl, if
Wow.
ooh, that like hit me in a spot where I was like, yeah, that's it. I want nothing to do with this. Nothing. And anyone who entertains that, feel free to just unsubscribe, go away, nothing. I want nothing to do with that. Nothing.
I totally agree. That's disgusting. I was actually thinking about that this morning because it was said again this morning, and that's when I had to tune out about, well, he's already at work. It was like it was just a convenient dumping place. No, actually, again, guys, brush up on Discovery a bit, will you? Because there was premeditation. There was a lot in Discovery that went on in July, and he did plan to be there by himself that next day. It wasn't, and I don't even know what the point of that is, actually. What is the point of that statement?
I don't know. I don't know, because it's obvious that this is something that is a huge part of this case, and this is even if he let's just entertain this ridiculousness, because there are people out there actually who do say Chris is innocent of everything, that he just woke up one day and there he was with Tammy in the interview room. Like,
Yes.
how did I get here? No, like, okay, so there's people who actually entertain that. So let's just say that all of that, that he is innocent or whatever, and all he did was dispose of the bodies because he didn't know what to do, whatever. Even then, what then? That disposal alone is gonna keep him in there for the rest of his life.
Oh, but he was in shock. If I hear that again, I swear. When you are in shock, I'm sure some of you have had to call 911 before. Again, such a stupid narrative. He was talking to his coworkers. He was calm as can be. He was calling realtors. He was completely cool, calm, and collected from what they saw. Maybe not internally, but we all saw him on camera on Monday spinning his lies and trying to cover things up. He didn't.
Yeah.
None of it makes sense.
Yeah. And then another point that I just keep being told over and over again, and I keep hearing over and over again, and I swear to God, if I hear it one more time, I'm gonna I will flip shit over here. And I'm cussing, yes, because I'm obviously fired up. So yeah, I'm being emotional, but I'm sticking to the facts, and I'm not calling anyone names or anything. But anyways, the other point that I keep hearing is, oh, well, Tammy Lee was the lead investigator in the case. No, she was not.
Nope.
Tammy Lee, the CBI, the FBI were not the lead investigators.
No, they were not.
The lead detective in this case was Dave Baumhover, was from the day that 911 call came in, or the wellness check call came in, until the day that Chris was arrested and taken away to Weld County Jail. He was the lead investigator in this case, point blank, period. Don't come at me with the, oh, well, the CBI were called in and Tammy took over. Nope. No, she didn't. Read the discovery again. Even in Tammy Lee's own report, she says that all of the evidence that she's collected, that all of the assisting agencies collected, were transferred back to the evidence room or property room or whatever of the investigating agency, who was the Frederick Police Department, with their lead detective in charge of the case, who was Baumhover. So miss me with that bullshit. So please do not get confused about who was what. Tammy Lee was assisting in the investigation. They came in because there were children missing, and usually that's how they work. The Frederick Police Department requested the assistance of the CBI and the FBI, and on the 14th at 8:00 in the morning, if you read the reports in Discovery, you will see that it says on the 14th at 8:00 in the morning, Tammy Lee reported to the Frederick Police Department for the first time, and along with the other CBI agents who were part of the case, including Kobach and Gil, I can't pronounce the names, but the CBI agents. And then shortly thereafter, Coder joined, and Coder came with Kevin Hoyland, I think was his name, and they're from the FBI. They're special agents from the FBI, and they joined, and they were all briefed by Baumhover, and they all got to work. And after the bodies were recovered, the CBI helped in analyzing the rest of the evidence. But as far as the agents and their investigation, they were done. They even turned over NK back to Baumhover in September because they were asked to pull back.
Yep. Yeah, and I just saw a comment pop up in your thing about the switching flights thing, and
God.
I've had that on my mind for a couple of days, so I just have to say really quick how stupid that one is too. So these are my opinions. I mean, if there's some of you who believe this, first of all, that's new for everyone that's been talking to Chris. And I know he has this quote unquote clarity now. I've actually been hearing that for the past 6 months, how he's suddenly remembered things and he suddenly has clarity. I feel like that's code for finally doing what he's told or saying what he's supposed to say. But this switching flights thing. Okay. So I guess let's walk through this. She switches flights in the storm, even though her flight's delayed. She gets on the earlier flight, gets back to the Lazy Dog to drink some beers and investigate, God. Right? Is that the story? And then it's a Sunday night, so the Lazy Dog closes at 10. I live right by it. And so what did she do from 10 to midnight when Nicole Atkinson came home? I don't know. Got drunk in the parking lot or whatever. I don't understand this storyline.
It doesn't make sense because I was actually looking at that too, because I was like, what am I missing? What am I missing? And then when she started going on about Nicole Atkinson's Life 360 app, oh my gosh, I was as confused as ever because she's talking about, oh, they're in Thornton, they're here, they're there. So I went back and I looked at everything, and Shanann's phone actually connected to Southwest Airlines.
Yes,
when she boarded the plane. But guess what? There's an explanation for that because they were planning to do this, right? This is all a plan that Shanann came up with her girls, and they're all gonna just attack Chris out of nowhere. The story is that Shanann purposefully left her phone with Nicole Atkinson, and that Shanann, without her phone, boarded this flight so that she could go get drunk at the Lazy Dog. And then when Nicole Atkinson landed, she then picked Shanann up from Thornton. And then that's when we see Shanann walking in, and that's when Shanann lost it, quote unquote. So, and then that the phone was placed between the couch cushions by Nicole Atkinson's son, and not Chris, not Shanann, but that Nicole Atkinson's son somehow made it into the house before anybody even knew what was going to happen, and planted the phone in there. And then not only that, but then he also convinced neighbor, nosy Nate, to go along with the story, right? And to say, oh yeah, come on, let me show you how Chris was unloading shit in his truck this morning. Because for some reason, it's unheard of for the next door neighbor to check his goddamn cameras that capture your driveway, right? Because he couldn't think of that, right? Nick Atkinson had to manipulate him into that because they're all in this big conspiracy together. This is the story that is coming from the spokesperson of the family, who has both Cindy and Ronnie on her channel talking about, we support you 100%.
Unbelievable. So basically, the bottom line of her narrative is this, if I'm understanding. It's all a big conspiracy theory, and everybody is guilty except for Chris.
Except for Chris.
And the neighbors, the friends' kids, everybody. All right.
And for me, what I'm also seeing that is getting minimized is the fact is that they were murdered. They were murdered. A
Mhm.
pregnant woman, Shanann, and her two little girls, Bella and Cece, and a baby were murdered. And people are not keeping that in the forefront of their mind. They didn't die, just pass away. They were murdered. Their lives were taken away from them. And that's another thing that this narrative is getting away from. They were murdered.
Yes. I I'm so glad you said that because look, we don't have to like everybody involved. And this takes me back to the very beginning. And this is what really, really pisses me off. I'm definitely not a perfect person, far from it. Nobody is, right? Who
Right.
who
Mhm.
cares about what faults? There are a lot of days I'm a total bitch. It's hard to deal with, whatever. Does it mean whatever? Does it mean that is the bottom line that she deserved it? And
No.
No.
I mean, does
No.
anyone deserve to be 33, 34 years old and buried, pregnant,
No.
dead, the rest of your life gone?
No. Not at
It's
all.
it's ridiculous.
No. And that's the thing, like as as I guess someone in the field of psychology, and especially with like forensic experience, of course, like victimology is a huge part of investigating a death, any death, whether it's suicide, homicide. We as psychologists, we write psychological autopsies. Granted that they're just as valid as a lie detector test,
Mhm.
in court for right now, but we are working on standardizing it more and getting more and like getting it more empirically validated so that it can be recognized by the courts as basically a testimony. So anyway, so we write these psychological autopsies not on the murderer but on the victim, because of those factors and because of those unseen patterns and unseen dynamics that happen with all humans. We all have inter and intrapersonal relationships, and we're all at different stages in our development, psychological development, all kinds of different factors that can contribute and lead to that perfect storm. That doesn't mean that the victim deserves any of that.
Right.
Absolutely not. You must be insane if
Mhm.
that's the conclusion that you reach. If someone is questioning how not just Shanann but both parenting skills have contributed to the relationship becoming so to the relationship between Shanann and Chris becoming so unhealthy that eventually he felt like there was no way out for him but to murder his family.
Hmm.
And
Exactly.
talking about that should not be something that people should get abused and harassed for, and it should not be something that we should be afraid of addressing.
I totally agree with you. I think that, and Teresa and I brought this up on our last live, actually. I don't know if you heard it, but I totally agree. You have to talk both sides, and that's part of the interesting part of true crime. You want to see the dynamics that went into it, the personality types, all of that, what you just said. I completely agree with you. But where they're going with it and what it's turned into is, instead of what led Chris to this, like we said, it's what did she do? What did the victim
Mhm.
Right.
do to ask for it?
Mhm. Yes.
Right. Right. And you know what? These last couple of weeks actually have also helped me to see exactly why that happened. Well, maybe not exactly why that happened, but it's a theory. So we obviously know that Chris is very passive and that he really cares. I think across this case, regardless of who it is in this involved in this case, I think appearances are important on both sides, for both families. Appearances were important for Shanann. Appearances were important for Chris. The most emotion that he showed throughout that entire polygraph and that entire interview is when they asked him, Do you really want your coworkers to find your girls in there?
Yep.
That's the only time that he showed any kind of emotion. And so yes, that the appearance of like that need to be accepted and to be that nice guy and to be, you know, just this, don't think less of me, guys, please, you know, I'm so sorry that I lied, just please don't think less of me. Like that kind of personality, I think he got away with a lot of these webs of lies that are woven. He got away with a lot of that because Shanann moved them out to Colorado. And because they were away from their families, because I can already tell just by how all of this is unfolding that all the family dramatics and histrionics would have played out way faster and way sooner had they stayed in North Carolina. And I think that Chris is telling the different women in his life different stories. And when now that it's all being shared, because you have poor little KK, poor little Ting Ting. You have her over here thinking that she's special with her little bundle of poems, right? When there's at least like 3 other people that have that same exact copy.
Yep. I'm glad you said that because yep.
Yeah. So it's like you have 4 people parading around with something from Chris talking about, oh, I'm the only one. I have the special. It's like, you know, it's like, no, you don't. But the fact that you got carried away in your emotions thinking that you're special tells me that you're emotionally entangled in this, and so much so that you cannot be objective. Because anything that Chris tells me, for example, I would triple check, quadruple check, find ways to validate what is being said, because unfortunately you cannot rely on anybody's word in this case.
Right.
So yeah, it's just, and then, you know, you got this Dylan and Chrissy couple over here talking about they have a confession. Over here you have you know, KK with her whole theory about, you know, Shannon was just a drunk and she did all of this to get back at him. And, you know, then you have a complete other Looney Tune over there who's talking about he's innocent of it all, you know?
Yeah.
And it's like,
she won't acknowledge things either. She won't acknowledge that, you know, blood alcohol levels are normal in decomp. I was listening last night. She just glosses over what's inconvenient to the narrative. They don't mention Cece's BAC because that would not support what she's trying to do. I even heard someone on there last night saying, well, he smelled alcohol on her breath, didn't he?
Oh my God. Oh
my God. I was like, I can't do this anymore. It's so disgusting. You know, she's gone. So why this like 2-year, you know, I don't know what this is, mission to, because I don't believe it's a 35C. So I don't know what the end game is here, but there is some kind of end game. I just haven't figured it out yet.
There's no 35C because I'm not a lawyer, but I know how to read. And, you know, I've looked this 35C up like way back when, like December of 2018. And it's a simple form that
it really is.
That he literally, and typically when prisoners apply for post-conviction relief, they usually do it like almost immediately after they're sentenced. We're stepping into the 3rd year of this circus, And we're being told that, oh, we're going to file it in a couple of months. Why in a couple of months? Why not now? Why not a year ago? Why not 2 years ago? Like, do they think that filing that, like, that the Judge Kopkow is just sitting there in his chambers waiting for Chris Watts's piece of paper so that he could allow them an evidentiary hearing? No. And you know what else? You coming out here again, trashing the murder victim in this case without knowing all of the evidence that they have and are still withholding. If they're withholding a video interview of NK, do you really think that you have all of the DNA and the forensic evidence, that you know what they have, and what we have in discovery is all of that? No. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous. And for you to come out and again, like, victim blame, and what's even worse, get the family on board to support you 100%, so that you can pass around your money collection plate for a legal representation for Chris. Like, you know what Rourke's gonna do? He's gonna be the first one who will put his life on the line before he will see Chris walking or even like coming close to a Colorado border.
That's what we said yesterday. He would be number one.
Yep. Well, and yeah. I have so much to say. I'm just kind of trying to choose my words. And where is this big, shocking revelation that this was all the big hype? And all I've heard is a bunch of bullshit so far. Where's the big, shocking revelation? I haven't heard it yet. Maybe I missed it because I really haven't watched everything. But Chris was the one. This was brought to Chris. And this is information that I know is true. This was brought to Chris. He did not reach out and say, hey, can you go out and spread this story around for everybody? It was actually brought to him,
Mm-hmm.
and he was convinced to agree to it. So again, what's the end game?
Mm-hmm.
Just my 2 cents. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, and then to try to say that he was what word was it they used, that he was like hiding, or not hiding, that he was telling Tammy Lee and Coder and Baumhover that what they wanted to hear, that none of that is actually true because he didn't know that he was being recorded. I understand that what part of the propaganda is to get people to sympathize with Chris and to just brush over all the big negative parts or whatever, because, right, like, you want people to be able to sympathize with him. But like, when you come back down to earth from all of this delusional thinking, when you come back down to earth and you think about, okay, so these three individuals who are sitting in this room with Chris have created, even in all of this trauma, they are the ones who Chris confessed to, right? And they've been there with him from the beginning. They came out to Wisconsin to see him, and he's told that he's not being recorded. This is between us. We're only here to get the story straight so that people can have closure. So in this secrecy and this environment where he's basically told that this is just for us, he decides to come up with this ridiculous story about that you can't even make this shit up. Like, who says I killed my girls twice? Like, who says that? I'm pretty sure you didn't need to add that little detail to that, right? So, but yeah, anyway, I'm getting off track. But what people seem to forget is that Chris's IQ is 145. He's not stupid. He's not stupid. He might not have the social he might not know how to read social cues. He might be aloof in terms of like interpersonal relationships and how he connects and relates with other people. But that does not mean that he's this just, oh, okay, oh, well, like life just happens to him and he's just going with the flow. His IQ is 145. That is in the high average. That's gifted.
Yeah.
So to sit there and to try to speak like Chris is this child, where you have to, you know, be really careful how you approach him, how you do this and how you do that. Like, trust me, Chris knows what you're aiming for before you even know it yourself. You know.
And not only that, when I looked over that 35C form, I mean, I couldn't believe how simple it was. It's like, if this is what you're trying to do, why not get it filled out and get the ball rolling? Like, what is the holdup? Why 2 months? Why are you here on YouTube saying all these things? And this form is easy to get it started. So that was confusing to me also, other than the fact of looking for an attorney.
And another thing that's upsetting to me too is, you know, Chris is in prison now, and, you know, it's been 2 years, and now he's realizing like, oh shit, like I don't want to be here for the rest of my life, especially now, you know, that he's getting a lot of attention from a lot of people, and, you know, whatever, like it happens in high profile cases, you know, they let it get to them. I mean, look at freaking Jodi Arias. She's selling paintings from prison and making a fortune, like, you know, and she's like writing rap songs with rappers, and, you know, so like in high profile cases, it's not unheard of. And especially for Chris, who cares about appearances and wants to be liked, I can see that he could easily get sucked into this and then get to a point in his emotional entanglement with all these people to where he digs himself into another hole, for lack of a better expression, with all these other women, the same way he did with Shanann and NK. Like, he couldn't handle Shanann and NK at the same time. Like, what makes us think that he can handle, you know, KK and all the other people that he's got in his ear, and all the other people that have quote unquote unique poetry from him? He can't even like put a boundary between him and a career criminal who's going to exploit the shit out of his name by publishing this book. He can't even put a line between that. But the whole time, people are tiptoeing around him, afraid to tell him to cut the bullshit, because not only is it further like descending through all of the layers of hell that this has become, but it's also putting even more children at risk. Because another thing that I think about often is that he has a niece and a nephew, and they have to grow up with all of this shit on YouTube that talks about their mother, their grandmother, their grandfather, their uncle, like their aunt, their cousins. It's despicable to me. It's despicable to me. And then for grown-ass women like Miss Podcast and Miss Spokesperson to sit on their little panels or whatever, talking about, well, yeah, the first responders signed up for that. It was their job to pull out decomposed children out of oil batteries. The fuck out of here.
Yeah, I don't know, you know. And if you're for justice, which I find just a funny oxymoron at this point, you're not going to be able to take emotion out of it. This is an extremely horrible crime where, you know, little girls, a pregnant mom were murdered. Okay. And we are going to be emotional about it. And if you're not emotional about it, I question why you're here in the first place. If you're not about looking into everything. and if you're not compassionate or whatever, but that's a totally different thing. What makes me mad is that I see some of, people I know, maybe some of my Patreons or subs in there, and you see people and they're being blatantly lied to.
Mm-hmm.
That just bothers me to no end. It just
Exactly.
does. I hate seeing people lied to and being misled like they are. And it almost seems like who was just saying that earlier? Maybe it was in the chat. It almost seems like the tides were turning a little bit and they were getting more people. It was gaining a little more steam.
Mm-hmm.
And that scares me a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Because they're all kind of like feeding off of each other.
Yes.
And you have all these channels now in competition about who's going to bring you the next breaking news or whatever, right? And
Yep.
but it's like there are no breaking news. If you're telling me, this is when you lose all of my, how do I call it? Where you lose all credibility with me is when you tell me that you spoke with Chris himself, and when I asked the question, what about this? What about the phone ping? Was she there or not? What was NK there or not? Like, why did she ping in Frederick? I don't know. I'll have to ask him. Like, what? You mean to tell me you haven't asked him? Like,
right.
All right.
And I want to say this again before everybody gets started. Those of you who are going to continue to discuss the case, just keep in the forefront of your mind while you're discussing this that they were murdered. Never forget that.
Yeah.
They were murdered.
Right.
Right.
Hi, Tanya. Hi, Teresa. Sorry if you guys were. I wasn't paying attention again.
No, hi guys. Thanks for having me up here. Hey everybody.
Tanya. Hi, Teresa.
Hi, you guys.
Hey, Teresa.
Yeah, I don't know. I've been kind of behind the times here because I've been doing, family stuff, a lot of things going on, which are good things. But so I don't even know this Kim person. How it seems as if he's being led back to his original, obviously his original statement that Shanann killed the girls and whatever. But you call 911. Even if that were the case, if he came home and there was a gas leak and they were all, you call 911. You don't put your babies in an oil battery. And the more convoluted it gets, and I'm assuming that the woman who was pretending to be NK's cousin is the woman who is now doing all the doxing. Am I right on that? Or she has her own channel? No?
Is it a different one? I don't even know, girl.
That's its own shit show.
Yeah. I don't even know who's who and what's what.
I just want to say real quick that Tanya is probably just happy because we're sitting here saying that she was probably right and that Chris did it all by himself. So I know why Tanya wanted to come on.
Tanya always joins. Always joins our chat. So.
I'm just joking.
Well, I mean, I never disagreed with Tanya. My only thing was the extent of the involvement of NK, because again, I'm gonna say it again. What I cannot get past in this case is the way that those children were disposed of, and if there was any sort of either knowledge or concealment, she already lied to the cops. I feel that not only the public but the families deserve to know this, and that's not justice to punish, to half punish someone. Although I do have to say, I wouldn't want to be in NK's shoes now. Like, she has her own life sentence in the confines of her own mind, and that prison is worse than Dodge or any other physical prison can ever be. So I feel for her, but at the same time, I can't also feel too much for her, because these are not difficult questions. Like, girl, just show us your timesheet. Like,
No, I agree. There's nothing. the things that NK did were, in my opinion, people are like, she didn't do anything wrong. She was just a mistress. And it's like, I have to go back and say, she's not just a mistress, because the things that we can prove right now that she did are actually illegal. You cannot lie to an FBI agent. It's against the law. And we know she lied to them. You cannot delete evidence. And so you want to say, okay, well, she deleted her phone because she was embarrassed of him. She told everybody to delete their shit
Yes, she did.
after she talked to them and after she knew they were dead. You cannot mess with evidence like that. It's illegal.
No.
So for people who are like, she's just a mistress, and I'm like, I do not think that NK murdered anybody. I'm just going to put that out there. I don't.
Yeah, I don't either.
I don't either. I never have.
And I allow, whatever people want to think on their own is what they think. For my opinion, I don't think she did, but I guarantee that she should have been arrested for what she did do, because it's illegal. It is against the law. And for people to not see that pisses me off. She's just a mistress. Leave NK alone.
Well, and innocent, like someone just said in your chat, innocent people don't lie, don't delete, don't ask everyone else to leave. But I'm not saying, but I do believe as well that Chris did it with his own hands. Who had information about what is still a mystery. However, I do agree with that.
And I don't think NK knew about. Go on. Sorry.
No, I think that I'll keep bringing this up. Like, another point to add to my list of suspicions about her is that 111-minute phone call and the router activity that happened immediately after that, and the fact that Chris's phone kept reconnecting back to his Wi-Fi as if he was going in and out. And there's 3 times that he went that his phone reconnected, which leads me to conclude that he exited his house 3 times.
Totally agree.
Between 11:30 and midnight.
Right.
Yes.
And that was confirmed to me actually by the spokesperson, because when I brought that up, I said, "Hey, well, did you ask about that?" And the response that I got was, "Oh yeah, he told me he went outside. He told me he went outside that night." So for what? Oh, I don't know. What the you mean you don't know?
Yeah,
Why would you ask? Like, why the hell were you outside?
Why are you going so far outside multiple times that your phone has to reconnect to the router multiple times?
Multiple times.
And I mean, you guys, we know that he used to walk to clear his head or jog or whatever the heck he said he did. But what about this? What if he did try to sort of smother the children with pillows prior to Shanann coming home? And he just, there's no one who needs to watch the kid. So he's going to be pacing and walking around, maybe even outside.
Yeah, I mean, that's not...
See, to me, that just gives me evidence that he had done something terrible and he wanted to distance himself from that house, however he could, but he knew he couldn't, leave town. He could just pace around outside. To me, that adds more evidence that he did, in fact, try to smother the children prior to Shanann arriving home.
I tried to hold on to my theory in terms of that until we could prove it further, but I don't think that's going to happen, especially now. Like, I really don't even care anymore because I don't want to be associated with this at all. But my theory this entire time has been that 111-minute phone call was explosive, to say the least, and the fact that neither of them remember what was going on. And when I asked the spokesperson about what the conversation was about, I was given the whole, they were having phone sex for 2 hours.
Yeah,
like that's quite the stamina.
They had to get their 4 to 7 times in.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's I can't accept that as an answer.
I don't know, unless he was.
No, but like this is
he might have been trying to verify.
No, my theory is that she came there that night because while they were on the phone is when Chris got the message from Shanann that the flight is delayed. She even sent him a picture of a dark restaurant because they lost power because of the storm. So he was on the phone when he got that message, and conveniently, shortly after all of the connections and reconnections are going on with his router. I believe that NK, in my opinion, came over that night. And in my opinion, I think they probably, had real time sex, and
Real time.
and I think, because look, if you think about it, he's so fixated on him and Shanann having sex. Shanann was furious that night.
Oh yeah.
She called Lazy Dog. She didn't go to Lazy Dog. She called Lazy Dog. She Googled the menu. You can do simple math. You don't need to go to Lazy Dog to get wasted to figure out that $63 is too much for one salmon and a beer.
Right.
So she came knowing that their marriage was falling apart. Like, we know her text messages. So she didn't come there talking about, oh, come to mama. Like, no. And for him to be to keep saying that is because, remember, he has 145 IQ.
Right.
He's saying that because he's anticipating that there might be possibly some sort of DNA evidence, and he's just setting the stage for himself.
You know why I think you're 100% right, Natasha, is because, just to settle the sex rumor, I was told by an extremely reliable source, and we'll get into this more later, that whole sex thing, that reason that didn't come out until February, that was something that someone else brought to the family as a theory, and all of a sudden it became part of the story.
Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me.
So I think your theory is probably spot on.
And that's oh, go ahead.
No, it's okay. I was supposed to say, if they had phone sex, let's just say that that's what happened, that they did have phone sex. Neither one of them can remember the phone sex. It's not like they had any issue talking about their sex life. They were talking about that they had sex 4 to 7 times a day. So what would be the big secret that neither one of them could just say, we were on the phone, it was going to be our last night, we were having phone sex? Nobody's going to care. She's saying this crap in front of her dad, and all of a sudden she now won't say that?
Well, I wonder if, I mean, from my perspective, I wonder if the phone call was simply Chris trying to verify and solidify the fact, or well, his hope that NK was by his side and that she truly loved him and that she's going to stay with him, because he just tried to smother his children and he has this plan to go ahead and do the rest of it, when Shanann gets home. I'm wondering if it was a call where Chris was, fake crying and pretending to be so, helpless, and wanting to make sure that before he did the separation, quote unquote, talk with Shanann, that Nicole was going to still be with him, and that she's in it for the long haul. I wonder if it was something like that, more or less her talking him down off a ledge. Do you think that is possible? And
I don't know.
I don't know. Because
I don't know. At this point, anything is possible. I said at this point, anything is possible in this case. But I feel like that speculating about that stuff isn't gonna help anyone anymore, because we don't know, and it could have been all kinds of things. And this is exactly why we do have all these insane theories, because people are interpreting and misinterpreting the evidence like they as it fits and suits them. And for me, like, the reason why I even, like, for me personally, why I even stuck around for this long is because I wanted to get to the truth. And if it wasn't going to work in any other way, like, I was going to get it myself, like, and that's why we did the whole Frederick trip, and we tried to get all of the evidence, or not all of it, but even anything, because nothing was making sense. And I think that's what even, like, what confused people even more is just the abundance of like that paradox of, we have all this transparency where they didn't even so much as to redact the names or the addresses or the phone numbers of the witnesses and the victims in this case. But on the other hand,
minors,
but on the other hand, we have them withholding little like that you would think in the grand scheme of things are insignificant pieces of evidence. And I've mentioned it
Sure.
before, the video recording of the interview with NK and her dad is one. The other thing, for example, that I thought the other day of is Nate, the neighbor, was telling Baumhover that he found footage of Chris leaving the house from the side gate and walking to the car that was parked further down the street. And Baumhover picked that footage up himself and put it into the evidence locker, and they won't release that. It's like we already have 35 minutes of Nate's footage. Why is this 5-second clip now all of a sudden an issue?
Right.
So, and then I, of course, was saying that like I would appeal the decision, take it to the judge and ask them to explain it to us, because I was certain that the district attorney was hiding something, and now I'm becoming part of this conspiracy, and I'm starting to have all these crazy ideas, because you can't logically reconcile that in your head. And then I sat back and I was watching this whole circus unfold and just spiral out of control more and more and more. And you know what? At the end of the day, like I've said it before and I'll say it again, like at the end of the day, why am I working harder than Chris is?
Correct. Right. No, I agree. And I because you want the truth and you want justice, whatever that means. And I don't know that Chris does want that and want any of that to come out.
Oh, I think he already knows the truth, so he doesn't need to know the truth. He knows the truth. Finding the truth. He needs to work on making sure that nobody actually figures out what truly happened, or coming up with these grand.
That's true. You're right.
Of how he can convince 30 different women that he writes to about what a great guy he is and how he's found God.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, and I think that, the reason I'm sorry, go ahead. We have a delay. My fault.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Well, I think the reason I stick with the case. Oh, go on.
No. Those delays suck. I hate when we have those too. No, I was just, don't lose your train of thought, because I know if it was me, I'd have lost it by now. But one of the comments in the chat is that why are we up here angry about people having different theories? If why can't people be sub to everybody? They absolutely can be. And I can't speak for all of us, I guess, but we're not angry about different theories. Everyone's entitled to their theories. Yeah. We're angry about the intentional spreading of misinformation
and the intentional harm that's being done to people who are trying to help, or at least we're under the impression that they're trying to help put this to rest. Who were asked.
And that's my problem, the harm that everyone is getting, and things that are being done to people because of this.
And let me tell you something else. I saw a couple of references in chat to Armchair Detective, and I understand that he has his own group of trolls that follow him everywhere and that are just determined to destroy him. But in his defense, let me tell you, he may have come up with some crazy theories, including the green screen, which I'll never forget that. But that's exactly it. Like, why do we get mad for him having outrageous theories? But guess what? Not once did he have a theory that involved Shanann getting shit-faced and going home and murdering her children. Not once. And he's the one who's getting haunted by the Rusek family, destroyed, ripped apart, when he has always been consistent that Shanann did not have anything to do with it. He believes that there were others involved, and if we're gonna be open and receptive to people having different theories, why can't we be receptive to his? Because it's not outrageous, in my opinion, for him to think that, because I think the same thing. I don't think that anybody other than Chris physically committed murder, but I do think that there were people who were at least knowing or withholding knowledge from law enforcement. And for me, that's enough.
Yep.
It is. You're right. No, and I think AD is just throwing out, he's brainstorming out loud is what he's doing. Trying to figure out exactly what happened. And you know what, I in my opinion, Chris did the whole thing. You guys know all this, and the NK wasn't involved, whatever. But the reason I stick with doing this, with covering the case whenever I can hop on YouTube, is because I want to know what could have been done to prevent it from happening, and what could we do to prevent any other woman, any other family from being annihilated. I mean, look at Scott Peterson case. He was having the affair, you know, whatever. And you look at the Watts case, same thing. And I think that there are little clues that, and I know Shanann was onto him. She knew something was going on, even though everyone says there was no prior history of domestic violence, fine, but there were clues. There were things there that, you know, Shanann was reaching out for help from her friends. What's going on with my husband? Again, my goal is to prevent it from happening to anyone else. You know, but then again, I don't know, is that even possible? Women, a lot of times, you know, they'll tend to look away and say, oh, well, you know, that text I found in his phone was just to some woman he works with, and it wasn't very incriminating. But I think there are little signs, especially people like Chris, and I see the same thing again in Scott Peterson, where they were both. Well, I think Scott Peterson was more of an overt, an out there narcissist, but I think that Chris was a covert narcissist who definitely had.
I get chills when I hear that word. Like, he's not a narcissist. Like, I don't even want, you know.
I know you don't agree. I know.
Because I'm just so like sick of that, because it's labeling, and it's, I think, contributing to the minimization of what actually happened. And I don't think and that's part of victimology too. Is I don't think there's a point of us focusing on whether or not Chris was a narcissist. It's obvious that there's some screws missing, but I think that we should focus on Shanann as well, because I think Shanann had a intuition. Because if you look at her last text messages, and I'll say this again, like, I believe that Shanann took that doll picture, and I believe that that was part of the intuition, because before, on the last night in North Carolina, the last night before they were getting ready to come back to Colorado, Shanann text messaged her friend saying, I don't even want to leave here. I don't feel safe.
Right.
And that's what that's what we should be advocating for, is for us to trust our gut, and to be able to sit down and say, why am I not feeling safe with my own husband? Something is off
in my own house. Yeah,
that is
exactly. No, I agree. And I think there were warning signs.
What's scary is that at the time that she wrote this text message to her friend, Chris had already composed the note that we found out after the fact, talking about, if something happens to me, investigate my wife, and I would never hurt my kids. He had already composed this note when Shanann was having thoughts about not wanting to leave North Carolina. And that's what we need to be talking about.
Right.
Exactly.
No. Yep, I agree with that. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. There were warning signs, even though they were subtle. But the note was not a subtle warning sign, but no one knew about it. And I think that, you know, if Shanann would have had it in her mind that, you know, I'm just going to stay in North Carolina for a while, or if there was anything that, if any one of those friends would have advised her, I don't like the way Chris is acting, you know, when you're telling me these stories, there's something wrong, come and spend a few weeks with me. You know, I think that would have saved her. He would have been aware that she might be on to what he's thinking about doing or what his plans are. I don't know. Is there any? I don't want another woman to go through this.
And this is my first time.
Yeah.
Hearing about that she texted her friend that she didn't feel safe. I mean, that's major.
Right.
I mean, she was with Chris for 8 years. Why would she text her friend and say that she didn't feel safe?
Let me pull it up. I'll pull it up.
And
go ahead.
Oh no, to build off what Natasha just said, you guys, about that while she's looking that up. That was one of the idiotic things that put me in a rage the other night that Kim said was about, or KK, said was, it was so gaslighting. It was like, you guys, if you see your friend really emotional and you know that she's going through some hard times, basically is an unstable, this should be a lesson to speak up for your friend, stop her from going home, stop her from, unbelievable. To put it back on again, this is an example of, you know, just the complete gaslighting that went on about her coming home. She was scared. She did have a gut instinct, but in their narrative, it was her friend's responsibility because she was unstable.
Right. And then,
In their narrative, it was everybody is responsible for it, for everything that happened except for Chris.
Right.
Right.
yeah. And I think that's almost, it almost sounds like grooming to me. Like we're being primed into, into the story of she was suicidal and really she did this all herself. Like
Right.
literally, I wouldn't be surprised if that would be the next step.
Oh yeah.
That is literally what I was saying. Everybody is being groomed. And I don't think it's about having a different theory. I think it's about the way that the theory is being presented. And you have to pay attention to the way that people are delivering their message. Because it's not like, hey, I have this theory and I wanted to share it. And it's not even like she came forward and said, hey, I'm speaking for the family and these are our theories. This is what we think happened. She's trying to say this is the facts of the case. And if you disagree, she tells you to go look at Discovery like you never have.
Right. Like we haven't all read it 5
I'm not
times.
sure if you're aware of who Rourke is in this case, but I'll be the one to let you know. Or I get that you don't understand, and that's okay. Like,
right.
There's
I know.
Oh God.
Happening that's trying to discredit anything that's been done for 2 years to find the truth, and that her truth is the only truth, and that is what is grooming.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, definitely.
I could have cared less if she wanted to create a channel and just say, hey, I'm going to
Definitely.
come forward with my theories and, what I have found and what I think. But instead it's like, oh, well, I did a recreation. So if anybody else wants to take the time to do that, then maybe I'll pay attention. Like, what? Nobody needs to do a recreation.
I know, right?
Like,
well, hey, I wrote a book, and if anybody else wants to take the time to do that, then I can.
And that's literally exactly it. So it's like, well,
every one of us does our own thing. Yeah, exactly. So I'm the high authority here. No, I'm kidding.
Right, you are the high authority because you wrote the book, and until we write a book, we really can't. We don't have a say.
You can't speak to me. Yep, you don't have the right to an opinion. That's crazy. I mean, we've all approached the hurt that we felt because of this case in a different way. And we've come to our own conclusions in different ways. And I think Chris did it all and whatever, but I think that it could have been prevented. And I don't know who could have prevented it, but I've been doing research lately about signs, from family annihilators. Were there any signs? Was there anything that the woman could have seen? Well, primarily women. It happens to men too, of course. But if there was anything that they could have seen, or if they could have prevented it in some way, and it's difficult with this case because the only signs he gave her was the fact that he was aloof and he didn't really care. He didn't seem to care much about her anymore. He was distant from her. And he had a whole bunch of excuses for things like the bill at the Lazy Dog. I don't know, but that would be evidence of an affair. It wouldn't be evidence that he's planning to kill your entire family.
Well, Tanya, for me, just hearing now that she texted her friend saying that she didn't feel safe, that's a major red flag for me. And working with, have worked with women that's been in domestic violence situations, and not attaching this to that, but to say that you don't feel safe. She was with Chris for 8 years.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden she don't feel safe with him.
With
major red flag.
Yeah. And I've never heard that either. I didn't hear about that
before.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me find it. This is taking too long.
No, that's fine. But yeah, if she said that,
as
then
her friend, I would have wanted to know
that
why.
he
Why
might
don't
have,
you feel safe?
Right.
yeah, with your own husband. I mean, you might be irritated with him. You might be ready to confront him about an affair, but you're not going to not feel safe with your husband. No.
Exactly. You're not going to say, I don't feel safe.
Correct.
Oh, here it is.
And there's, oh, good.
All right. One second.
Yeah, Amy, I wish she would have stayed in North Carolina too.
Yeah, so she says, I told him last night I don't feel safe with him after what he said about the baby. And if he loves me, he would hold me and tell me it will be okay. Give me something. And he did nothing but go to bed.
Wow.
And then the next message she sends him is, something else is wrong that you're not saying, because lack of communication doesn't cause you to not be present or touch me or love me. Besides the lack of communication hasn't been with me in 6 weeks. This fucking sucks. I really don't want to leave here.
Wow.
Yeah, I did remember that message because I always questioned, what did he
And that-
say?
and
What
look
did he say about the baby that made her feel unsafe?
And look at 7 minutes after Shanann texts that to Chris, NK is calling the cops.
I know.
Yeah, what was that about?
And hangs up, which I still can't come up with a plausible reason besides the obvious. But
right, and the next
Right.
day, that's them. This is them on their way back, right? So like they left on the 7th, and Chris went back to work on the 8th, and NK is calling the cops and hanging up on them when Shanann and the kids are coming back to the quote unquote safety of their home, where they're going to be living their last couple of days on Earth. Like that's what I'm talking about. Like that
Now,
intuition.
do we know if NK dialed? Yeah. Do we know if it was a 911 call, or did she simply call the non-emergency number? Do we know where that call went?
I actually
Yes.
contacted them. Did you too, Teresa?
Okay.
No, I didn't.
Oh,
It's North Glen PD though.
yeah.
Emergency.
Right.
I contacted them because I wanted to request the call log, and the lady at North Glen Police Department asked me whether it was a 911 call or if it was a direct call to the police station. I told her, well, this is the number that was called, so I don't know where the call would be connected to. And she said it would connect to like their front desk area or whatever, like their dispatch thing, and those calls are not recorded and kept on record. So it was like, damn.
Okay. So it might be a non-emergency call then, I think.
Well, yeah, it was, but
Yes.
still, like the fact that I don't know that it was an emergency at that point. Like, if she knew something at that point, which I believe that she had some quote unquote inclination, because
I do too.
because of, guess what, the patterns.
Yeah.
Like,
Oh, that's actually another
Well,
untruth that seems to be coming out of the channel, this new channel as well. See, Chris already knew he was getting separated. The house was already on the market, and he even told his boss he was going to be staying at his friend's house. Well, I'm not sure if she's actually looked at the part where he wasn't going to be staying at his friend's house. He tells his boss that, but he went to NK's house. So the reason that was a setup for him to be able to take his work truck to see his mistress.
Her house. Yeah.
It had nothing to do with staying anywhere else.
No, exactly. Yeah, I picked up on that also. But now let me tell you, in my village here in Illinois, we have to call the non-emergency police phone number if we are going to have a car parked in the street. Because except for like 4 or 5 days surrounding major holidays, so I dial that non-emergency number frequently if we have more guests, if we have 2 or 3 cars parked in the street because we have a party or a family get together or whatever. So there might be a different reason why she would call that number, but see, I'm wondering if Chris had said something to her, like, that would indicate that maybe this is all going to happen, and she wanted to call them.
Let's
sorry, go ahead.
Let's explore that, Tanya. Let's explore that.
Yeah.
So she calls the cops at 4:30 p.m. on the 7th, and on the 8th, Chris goes to work, and
Correct.
da 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 da. And at 3 o'clock, there he is at NK's house. The very next day, he stays there for 3 hours, which is the first time ever. Mind you, Shanann is at home waiting for the ultrasound. So him stopping at her house while Shanann was at home, I think, is telling as well. Oh my God, what is this? And then on top of that, like he modifies Shanann's contact in his phone, probably blocked her so that he doesn't have to receive calls from her.
Ooh.
He changed her name. Yeah, he changed Shanann's name in his phone so that if he did call, knowing that he was supposed to already be home from work, if she was calling, that NK wouldn't know that it was Shanann calling.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. And then he spends 3 hours there. And during those 3 hours, we know one of the things that happened is NK gave him the key to her house. The second he walked out of her house, she's Googling marrying your mistress and calling Jim and her mom. So like, you see, Google is kind of like it's kind of like reflective of what's happening in our conscious and subconscious mind, because what we Google is a, I guess, evidence of what was in our thoughts, what was in our head at that time.
Sure.
And for her to Google marrying your mistress after she just gave him her key, and after he just walked out, and then she has a 20-minute conversation with Jim, who, by the way, she also talked to when they were at the sand dunes. So the whole story that Jim doesn't know about Chris and Chris doesn't know about is bullshit.
Baloney, right?
So it's like there's nothing. And then later that night too, for them to have an hour and a half call, like there's no question. There's no question. You put this in front of any jury, and any jury is going to tell you, yeah, we want to know what the hell was going on for those 3 hours.
Sure.
Not to mention, if you go through the limited amount, unfortunately, of phone records that we have of hers, she doesn't ever call them. That's the only time she calls that number.
Yeah,
okay.
Exactly.
Well, now, do you think she decided, do you think she may have understood where it was leading, and she had a moment of clarity where she called the police and was going to tell them what her fears were, but then she didn't? I don't know.
Well, I don't know either. Like the only people who know that, who are still alive and breathing, are NK and Chris, and both of them are tight-lipped.
Yes.
So, and to be honest, like these are easy questions. These are easy questions.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you have to take NK out of the situation, though, because if you talk about NK, then that makes Chris guilty.
That's ridiculous. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Mm-hmm.
So we ignore everything about NK, and we say 100% NK is not involved in anything. We don't even need to talk about her. We don't even need to look at that. It's not a big deal. And those channels over there that only do stuff about NK, like, what kind of people are they? We're going to sit here and we're going to talk about Shanann because we're better people.
Right.
Right. Exactly.
We're better people. Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, look.
Yeah.
I've said it before and I say it again. I will always say it. If anything ever happens to me, y'all delete my browser history, because I would not want that out there. You do not want to know what I Google. You really don't.
I honestly would feel bad for anybody who had to pull my phone records, because it's really not going to make a lot of sense. There's like murder, and then all of a sudden there's like Peppa Pig. So it's like, they're going to go, what the hell's going on with this girl?
Right. So that's what I'm saying. Like, do not delete my browser. Do not, because if you were to look at it, you'd be like, okay, she must be a serial killer. We need to start looking for missing people in other states.
Yes. And you should see mine as an author. You can imagine what I Google, and literally I've Googled how to assassinate the president, and how what could start World War III. For my book.
Oh my God!
And it's hilarious.
FBI watch list, I guarantee it. Somebody is going to be like, paying attention to anything you do, woman.
Oh yeah, and how to make poison, and different things that
Magic words.
it's hilarious, and it's like I always say that please, I'm not a serial killer, I'm an author.
I'll just
It's
make this
funny.
statement to the NSA agents listening right now.
We
Tanya
did.
was just kidding.
Yeah.
She was doing research for her book.
Well, thank you.
And she acted
God.
alone.
How awful. Oh my God. Yeah. Oh my God.
Son of a
But
So that's one thing. And then another thing that I was up late one night because I told you guys, like, this is messing with my sleep. And, sleep is sacred to me. So, girl, you better come armed with facts if you're going to come interfere with my sleep. So let's look at these.
yeah, no kidding.
So the screenshots were a little bit confusing to read because they were kind of like all over the place, and the way that like it was going backwards, so you really have to read them the other direction. So I organized it all for us so that we can look at it in order, and so that we can process exactly what this Live 360 app is saying. So, all right, so obviously this very first 1 mile trip or whatever, obviously this looks like an airport thing. So it's probably whatever. That's probably like when they were at the airport. Then you have this straight line that's at 207 miles per hour. So obviously, again, at the airport. This is,
Right.
excuse me. Now this is 1247 through 123. Let me just check something on my. I sound like Stephanie Lazarus. I need to check my pictures. I need to go back to the text message. 1 second. Okay, so at 125 is when Shanann texted, "We landed." Conveniently, at 123 is when this shows that they arrived. So this is the arrival, and it picked the signal up at 1247. So now KK, the spokesperson, is claiming that somehow, somewhere through some back roads, they traveled from Thornton because that's where she picked up NK that's where she picked up Shanann at the Lazy Dog, and then they were like, blah, 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 this whole thing. I don't even know because it's ridiculous. But what this shows is, if you've ever been on an airplane, you know that once you approach the airport, once the airplane gets ready for landing, your phone actually picks up on signal, and you can actually turn your phone on and you would have signal, and that's when people can call and do whatever. So your phone comes back to life. So I will say that at 1247, Nicole Atkinson either turned on her phone or her phone got signal again, because they were in the Denver area close to the airport, and they were getting ready to land. And when an airplane is getting ready to land, it doesn't just flume, like just go and land whenever the hell it wants. Sometimes it has to circle around, and they have to wait for the green light from the tower people at the airport for them to tell them that it's okay to land. So it's not craziness to see this kind of a pattern, especially when we know that Shanann texted at 125 that they've landed. So that's the reasonable conclusion that you come to. Not, it's more likely that they were on the airplane and that's when she connected, than her picking up someone from Thornton and then going to pick up Shanann, or Shanann going to pick, like, that's ridiculous. Like, it doesn't even make any sense anywhere. Okay, so
Natasha, can you go back real quick? Can you go back to the previous screenshot? See, that one doesn't have the area on it. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. I just wanted to see something.
Sky Harbor Boulevard and Sky Harbor International Airport is in Phoenix, Arizona.
By the way, just as someone who lives here, when you drive from DIA to Frederick, you go through Thornton.
Obviously, but
You have to.
That's not even. So this is
But
just.
You land and you taxi.
Yes.
So I'm trying to figure out what the
Well,
length in that all is, because I can't tell like the
well,
distance from point A to point B.
this is them landing. So this line right. Oof, I need to stop clicking around. This line right here, I believe that they were on the airplane. They were still on their airplane, and the airplane was approaching the runway, and that's when the phone. So this is not them driving anywhere. This is them on the airplane, and when the airplane landed, this is when we get the little point here, like this little marker here. So they landed.
Mhm.
So then here is 128 is when they actually start moving again, and this is actually when they're driving. So this is them leaving. This little circle is leaving this place, and they're driving, and then she drops Shanann off here at 148, which we know she does, and she doesn't turn off her car because we see her on the camera that she just pulls in and pulls right back out. So her GPS did not stop because she continued driving, and she arrived to her house at 2:10 a.m. And it took them 41 minutes to get there. And then
I want to ask one question here, because if she was trying to say that she went to Thornton and that somehow Shanann gave Nicole Atkinson her phone and all this whole switcheroo of phones, how does this show where Shanann's phone was?
it doesn't.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to check.
This has nothing to do with Shanann's phone. Nothing. But this is the claim, which is absolutely ridiculous, because if I'm even following it correctly, but the claim is that Shanann's phone was left behind in Arizona, that she left it with Nicole Atkinson, and then she left without her phone on that early flight, which makes absolutely no sense. Because
Oh, that's because she actually checked in at the airport, and that's what Nicole Atkinson typically did, not Shanann. So it must
that's
have been
ridiculous. If you go on Shanann's Facebook profile and you filter it to only show you the check-ins, you will see that she checked in everywhere. If she could have checked in the bathroom, she would have done that too. Like that was not only one occasion that should be questioned that Shanann checked in. She checked in every single time they went anywhere. There's multiple.
So somebody that would actually have their phone with them all the time, and they say it's their lifeline, it's their business, it's their, they constantly have the phone, and that's part of the family issue, is because she's constantly on her phone. Is that the person who leaves her phone with her friend in another state?
Right.
And
Who's
then
also
ends up
not
back with her
feeling well.
phone at 1:48 a.m.
Right.
Yeah, it makes no sense. It makes no sense. And then to go on and say, because we can't believe our eyes at this point, right? We must believe what we're told, but we can't believe our eyes that we've seen Shanann walking in with her phone. We can't trust our eyesight because
Nicole Atkinson picked her up at the friend's house, because she must have taken the taxi from Lazy Dog at like 1:00 in the morning to her friend's house, and then Nicole Atkinson picked her up from there, because it wouldn't make sense that Shanann took the cab from Lazy Dog just to go home.
right.
So then she sat in a Lazy Dog parking lot by herself for 3 hours with no
Drunk
phone?
out of her mind.
Okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Well, she just sat there because she didn't have a car, so she just sat there by herself.
Mhm.
Yeah, and then I heard her mention some sort of limo charge or whatever, and my eyes almost got stuck in the back of my head because that limo charge, Nicole Atkinson talks about that, and it's not a mystery. It's not a mystery. They took a Lyft cab to wherever the hell they're going. I can't even remember because it's so ridiculous.
It was from the Arizona airport to the hotel, or to or whatever they went to.
Yeah. So that's just forget the limo charge, please. It's not a limo. It was Lyft. Okay. And okay. So anyway, so she drops her off at 1:48, and then 10 minutes later or whatever, 20 minutes later, she comes home, which this is where she lives. So she arrives home. So then she's at home from 2 until 10:41. Okay.
Right.
And 10:41. Well, according to Nicole Atkinson, because we know that who were the friends that were moving to Colorado?
The Rosenbergs?
The Rosenbergs,
Yeah.
yes, they were moving to Colorado, and Nicole Atkinson said that she was doing them a favor and was going out to look at a house for them that they were looking to buy, right? So her first stop is she went to this Tulip Drive where she looked at this house that she promised her friends she would look at, and it took her 30 minutes from her house to get to that house, and then she stayed at that house for 35 minutes checking it out for her friends, doing friend things for them. And this is probably when she started realizing, like, holy shit, why isn't Shanann posting? Why is she doing this? So then she left at 11:46 a.m. She left the house that she was looking at and drove to Shanann's house. So she got to Saratoga Trail at 12:20 and stayed there until 12:47. So can we dispel the stupid garage thing?
Thank you.
Please, because
Plus,
it wasn't.
Nate has that video showing her leaving at 12:47 too.
Yeah, it was not someone sneaking out of the garage.
Yeah.
It was, like Nicole Atkinson said, it was her son trying to get the alarm to go off so that they could something. So they left at 12:47. Now this is her going to the doctor's office. And the reason why we see it just one line is because the same thing, like when she dropped Shanann off, she didn't turn off the car. She didn't do anything. It was a quick stop, drop in, where she did what she said she did, asked to confirm whether or not Shanann came. They said no. She went back to Saratoga and arrived there at 1:13 and stayed there until 3:45. And this is when everything that we see on the doorbell camera footage, that's when we see everything unfold. Because okay, so she got there in 1:13 and they called the wellness check in at 1:39 or something like that. So she was there for 20 minutes maybe. They're trying to get in, trying to figure out. She was playing phone tag with Chris, and finally just texting the girls. And all of this is in the discovery. Like, you can make your own timeline with this and you will see that there's absolutely no way that any of this conspiracy that's being spread around could have happened.
Correct.
And that's it. And we don't even need to go any further, because that's the whole timeline. By this point, by 3:46, when she left Saratoga Trail, we already have the body cam footage and everything. So there's no even need to, this is them going to McDonald's, because Lord knows, Vanessa, when I was in Colorado, we were trying to meet at the McDonald's. And I went to a completely different thing. We were like, I was lost. You were like, I'm at Starbucks. And I was like, I'm at Starbucks too, but we were two different Starbucks.
That's funny.
So they went to McDonald's, and then so this isn't even important anymore. But this is a point. Like, we need to dispel that stupid garage sensor.
Yes.
And we need to dispel this airport BS.
Right. And it's right there in black and white or whatever. There's, especially the garage door thing. And then people continue to say that it was an interior garage door. I don't know why that's either printed wrong or it's labeled wrong with the alarm company. I don't know. But whatever occurred at 12:42 was definitely Nicole and her son.
Yes.
Period.
And does it say interior garage? Because I don't remember.
I don't think, I don't remember. I don't remember, but everyone says that over and over again. It was an interior garage door. And I doubt it. And I'll have to go back and look.
No, we don't get those details. So there's nothing in the discovery that tells us whether it was interior or exterior.
Okay, good.
Other than Chris, because he's the one who's holding his phone and saying, oh, my garage, the garage door. It says the garage door was left open. So he's saying the garage door was left open. When I left it, I thought I closed it behind me. So it doesn't specify interior, exterior, this, that, or the other.
Okay,
but
good.
it was Yeah, but it obviously was the exterior, because that's what triggered. Because look, that's what triggered the alarm. And if you look in the 911, or if you look in the police calls, like the dispatch calls or whatever that were also in Discovery, and you look at that time frame, you will see that Vivint actually contacted the Frederick police saying that the alarm was going off at this and this address, and the contact we have on file is Shanann Watts, and we can't get a hold of her. So we're contacting the police because the alarm is going off. Like
Right.
it's in the dispatch logs. So it's just about putting all of these pieces together and into a bigger picture and into context, rather than taking bits and pieces and making up your own story about.
Exactly. Right.
I'm done ranting for now,
No.
but I hope that clarified this whole airport thing.
Oh, absolutely. And what I don't know if people are reading this wrong, reading the Life 360 or whatever wrong, or if they're just glancing at it and obviously making up their own story. But it's crazy. I mean, it's right there in black and white again. And even Nicole Atkinson, they also went by her interview where she was wrong. She was off by about 15 minutes as to her whereabouts and her movements. But then she even Nicole Atkinson clarified, oh no, this was more like 12:42, and Chris called me and said that we fiddling with his garage. So she even corrected herself, but yet they run with that she was already gone at 12:42 from the home, and she wasn't. She was still there. And but they still go with that. They still run with that, saying that NK was in the house and she stepped out into the garage and then she decided to go out a basement window and whatever. I don't know. But it's easy to debunk those theories for sure.
Yeah, so the next thing that I keep hearing over and over again too is in terms of Chris's constitutional rights and Miranda rights and all of that stuff.
Yes.
So I keep hearing the spokesperson say that, well, Ronnie asked for a lawyer 4 or 5 times, and it's on camera and it's on the transcript, blah, blah, blah. First of all, Ronnie could have asked 140 times, but unless Chris asked for a goddamn lawyer, there's nothing that the CBI did wrong.
Thank you. I have been trying to say this forever.
Yes, he was free to leave whenever
he
wanted.
Yeah. He's a 33-year-old man. He has to ask for an attorney himself.
Right.
You cannot. It's not like the TV shows where somebody comes in and is like, I'm their lawyer, their mother sent me. It doesn't work that way.
No.
You have to actually be the person who says the word lawyer. I want a lawyer. I'm going to wait for my lawyer. Dad, get me a lawyer. Ronnie could say lawyer. He could stand on the damn table and say lawyer, lawyer, lawyer. It's irrelevant because he is not the one being interrogated.
And I believe he merely suggested something like, do you want a lawyer, son? Something like that. He didn't even say, okay, I'm hiring you an attorney. You need to tell them that when they get back in the room. Nothing like that.
To be fair, Ronnie did say several times, well, we're going to have to get a lawyer. I'm going to have to get a lawyer. He even told the agents, he even told the agents, like, well, I guess I'm going to, spend the night here. Is he going to be here tomorrow? Because I need to work on getting a lawyer. And they told him, we don't know if he's going to be here the whole night. I'm assuming they're going to transfer him to the Weld County Jail. But they're not going to tell him, like, oh, yeah, let me give you a list of lawyers. Like, of course they're not going to do that, and they're not going to say, stop the questioning because Ronnie said he wants to look for a lawyer. Chris never said anything about a lawyer. As a matter of fact, even when Ronnie told him we need to get a lawyer and not just a public defender, but an actual lawyer, Chris didn't say anything. The only thing he kept saying, well, I didn't call the cops. That's the bad thing. I didn't call the police. That he was stuck on that because he knew that that's what would nail him.
Right.
There's no excuse. And if you even, let's just say in some sort of fantasy or magical word that we do get a trial in this case, and you have someone on the stand arguing that, well, Chris's rights were violated because Ronnie asked for a lawyer 5 times and
Yeah.
nothing happened. Like,
No.
I would be surprised if the courtroom doesn't bust out laughing.
Well,
Of
And just to
course.
clarify, he was Mirandized, and he
He
signed
was.
that.
Oh, yeah.
He signed his Miranda rights that
Prior
day,
to questioning, right?
not only
prior to
that,
the polygraph. And they're like, well, they didn't do it when they put the handcuffs on him.
But they
And I'm like,
already did it. Yeah.
he'd already signed his Miranda rights.
How many freaking
you have no
Miranda?
idea what else they told him once he left there and there was no more body cam.
True.
Just because they didn't do it when he had his handcuffs on, you can handcuff somebody and detain them. You don't need to tell them their rights.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right.
And then another thing. Oh, go ahead, Teresa.
No.
Or Vanessa, sorry.
No, it's okay. I was just going to say, and this whole Tammy thing with the dumb Facebook post that they're off in the weeds with, how many times did she say, you know, are you sure you want to be here? You can get up and leave. You'd be really stupid to stay if you're guilty. Are
Correct.
you sure you want to take it? Multiple times. And he
Right.
stayed.
Right.
He stayed. And I that goes back to the whole narcissist thing. Sorry, Dr. B, but I wonder if what it seems to me is that he was so used to lying and having people believe his words, not only his words, but to believe his persona, the person who he became, in order to please everyone in his life. And I think that he thought that he had this sort of magical ability to convince anyone of anything. And so he had so much confidence in that belief, which was wrong, that he actually thought he could pass the polygraph test. I don't know. That's what I see with him.
I agree.
I think so too.
Yeah.
There's oh crap, I forgot it. I forgot now, but there was another thing that I wanted to kind of debunk while we're at it, but
Yeah.
I can't remember now.
Oh no.
Well, I mean, there's so much. Like,
Well, can we talk about the fact that the cops knew about NK?
yes, I was just going to say that,
yeah.
actually. It was just,
I mean, that was one of the new ones that came out, and I'm like, NK came forward, and why would she do that if
God.
they didn't know about her until she came? I'm like, that's not the discovery states that on Tuesday night they took Chris's phone, they dumped all the info, they knew about NK, and they sent cops to her house or her apartment when he was leaving because they thought he was going to go there. That's Tuesday. She didn't come forward until Wednesday morning.
right.
After the workplace had already confirmed that that's who it was.
Mm-hmm.
Mind you, 3 of her college and high school friends also worked at Anadarko.
Right.
And the other thing about NK is when Chris had his first interview with Coder, this is still Tuesday, after they saw his interview and after they were like, holy shit, we have to talk to him immediately. Now, Coder asked Chris for his phone, and Chris gave them the phone, and Coder asked him, do you mind if we take the phone somewhere because we don't have the technology here to extract what's on the phone? And Chris said, yeah, okay, yeah, take it.
Right.
So whoever I forgot the name of the officer, but he took the phone to Thornton Police. Was it Thornton or Longmont? Longmont, I think. Or Firestone. I don't know. One of those police stations in the area. They took them there, and that's when they extracted stuff from Chris's phone. And of course, they're going to see a bunch of calls to the same number. And of course, they're going to pull that number. And even if you Google it, it tells you, oh, North Glen, Claude Court. So they were already onto her on Tuesday while Chris was still sitting in there. And then they get the confirmation from Anadarko about the suspected affair and the emails and everything like that. So to say that, oh, she's just such a good girl that, if she didn't come forward, they would have never known about her. Girl,
Right.
please.
But I think the point is, though, with NK is that she thought she came forward before they knew about her.
He
Is
thought,
that
yeah.
correct? You guys believe that at least? Because I think that
I don't
No,
think
I
so.
think that
I don't
she
think so.
got a heads up that they were that they
Okay.
knew.
Yeah, and I
I'm
think
pretty
that
sure that is literally just theory. There is nothing that states that.
No,
It's just the
right.
fact that the people that she knew and how they're connected to the person who actually sent the email. I just
Okay.
and then all of a sudden you see that the email I think comes at, and my time might be wrong, but it's like 8:30 in the morning,
Mhm.
and then by 9:30 she's calling the cops.
yes.
Okay.
And they
Yeah.
don't even interview her until 5 o'clock because at that point she's still irrelevant to them. They're like, we don't need to talk to you yet. We know
Right.
about you, so you think you're giving us information. So if she was such a quote unquote bombshell, wouldn't they have been like, well, come in right now, we'll talk to you?
True. It's true.
Right. And she was busy on Tuesday, very busy looking up how to hide her text from the cops too. I mean,
Yes.
she needed Tuesday to prepare.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
Right.
and she was also asking Chris all the weird questions about well, what's my dog's name? Where's my yoga studio? Or what's my yoga studio? What's
And that is weird.
all those.
Yeah.
That's to make sure that it's him talking to her,
Mhm.
not the cops.
Mhm.
So why is
Well-
she worried about the cops being the ones that are talking to her? Why does on Monday night she makes him FaceTime her to prove that he's at his house, not at a
And
police station setting her up?
And
Right.
she's on the phone while he's on the phone with Frederick Police. Like they, Frederick Police Department is calling Chris to get the physical description of his children who they think are missing, and they were missing. And he keeps denying the call because he's on the phone with NK, and then he uses his work phone to call the Frederick Police Department back, lies to the officer saying, I don't know my phone, blah, 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 blah. This is my work phone number. And then proceeds to give the description to the officer while NK is on the phone. Like,
Exactly.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
tells me that I think she wanted to listen in on everything.
Possibly. But I still don't know if she knew 100% that he was guilty. And I think that, as I always say, the reason she deleted everything because she had said things to Chris that would be incriminating, even though they were probably innocent statements that she made to him, to Chris. And she deleted her text in order to serve herself. You know, it wasn't because she was so mad at this man who lied to her. No, that wasn't the reason at all. I believe that there were very incriminating statements that she made by way of text. And therefore, she even wanted Chris to delete his texts.
so if she made incriminating statements via text, then how do you reconcile that, oh, she's just caught up in this whole mess as a victim? Like, that's where my logic doesn't follow, because if I'm incriminating myself, that means I'm putting myself in the middle of a crime. How am I then innocent in that whole thing?
Well, I think that, sorry. Oh, darn it. Let me answer this phone call. It's my daughter. Hold on, guys. I'll be right back. Sorry.
Yeah, so there's just so much, and that I think that's why when we talked last night with Vanessa and Teresa and all of us girls, that we decided to do this kind of effort together to put together all of these facts and to put it in a place where people can reference back to it without having to be in the dark and having to be led down these ridiculous wastes of time and space.
Definitely. And both of our channels promised at the beginning, we were about the truth. And I think we've held true to that. And I think that that's what we're going to do.
Yes.
Sorry, guys. It was my daughter. She wanted my husband's social security number. God knows why. But anyway, no, I mean, what I think, and I actually put it in the book too, is that NK was making statements to Chris, saying, I can't wait until you're rid of the ball and chain or whatever. And are you sure you're going to do it tonight? Meaning, are you going to, talk to her about a firm separation? Or, she probably said things like that. And after the fact, when she was suspicious that he had killed his family, she realized that those statements, which were, rude and kind of obnoxious, but they were not indicating that she took part in the crime. I think she realized that they could be taken that way and she could be in trouble for something that she really had no part in. And I think that's
So
why
why not leave that to the investigators to do, to
well,
investigate and to reach their own conclusions? Like, obviously, if she made incriminating statements, and if they were quote unquote innocent, like
right.
even if she said, "Are you sure you're gonna do it on Monday or whatever?" And
Yes.
and that's incriminating. Like, of course, the cops are gonna be like, "Oh, let's see what she meant," and it could be as easy as I mean, looking at the rest of their phone history and asking her directly about it, like, what did you mean by this? And she can then say,
True.
oh, I just meant, because he said he was going to sell the house and blah, blah, blah. Because I feel like, I'm starting to believe that there is an aspect of premeditation here. And
Sure.
I'm pretty sure that the story has been set up in a way so that he can come back and say, oh, well, Shanann contacted the realtor and she wanted to move. When, if you look at her text messages, she says Chris wants to move to Brighton.
Yeah, but he didn't count on what she was texting to her friends.
Exactly.
He wasn't paying attention to that.
And that's
And
what
the
I'm
other thing
saying.
about NK is NK had Charlotte delete everything. So even if she said something to Chris, like that she thinks, oh man, that might look bad, she waited until after the bodies were recovered and before Charlotte was allowed, quote unquote, to talk to the officers and told her to delete everything from her phone.
And then she asks, she asks Coder in the text message. If you look at the text message that she was sending to Kobach, not Coder, sorry. She has the nerve to ask, not mad or anything, but how come you already have all the text messages? Why did you need my phone if you already have everything? And are you going to be getting my text messages from this point on?
Yeah.
Oh, and I'm not mad about it. I just, I'm not
that
mad
was
that you
weird.
guys have them.
That was weird.
And then the eHarmony thing where Chris is telling the detectives in this alleged complete lie that he made up to please the Rourke family that NK told them that she had set up 2 dates through eHarmony and both stood her up. And Kobach asks her about eHarmony and she acts like he asked her about God knows what. Like, what? Like, I don't know. Like, oh.
True. Right.
They're sloppy. It's sloppy.
Yeah, it is sloppy. And then later admits it in those September 4th notes they have so much good stuff in them.
Ooh,
but
yes.
Yeah, she trips up a lot in those.
Yeah.
Which is stupid because I feel like that on the one hand, when you read them, it reads as if it is kind of covering for whatever evidence the cops might find. So the whole spiel about the condoms was a red flag to me because that is not normal behavior, and especially not for you to put it into notes that you plan on giving to law enforcement.
Right.
And true. I bet you that when that morning when she came in with those notes, all prepared, because she's also been priming and grooming Kobach for what was going to come on that September interview. And I bet you when she came in there with her little notes all prepared and Kobach said, yeah, I'm off the case. This is your new point person.
Right.
I bet you the whole world spun around her.
Oh, I'm sure.
And she was like, shit.
Right.
Because Baumhover doesn't play. And I have so much respect for that man that and that's why initially, like, obviously in his blog, I kind of feel like he directly communicated with me because initially I thought that he retired because he couldn't take the amount of corruption in this case. But like, I honestly just feel like that he is a man, again, back to integrity. He is a man of integrity because you can tell that even in the February interview when Tammy was kind of trying to lead Chris and confuse him, there was one question where, I think Chris was asking whether or not anyone in the Rourke family saw the photos of the bodies and the recovery. And Tammy said something along the lines of, we shield, or they didn't see everything, but they saw some things. And Baumhover jumped right in and was like, nope, 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 no, we shielded them from that. They didn't see anything.
Right.
So he's not even, he was there. He was not playing around. He wasn't laughing, joking with him.
Right.
So I don't know. Like, I think that hats off to Baumhover. And the fact that, like, NK ended up with her notes with him. Like, I sometimes even wonder whether or not they even read those, because everything in there is like, whoa, hold on, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Well, and as far as Baumhover's character, we were talking about this last night on the phone. Teresa told us, about him staying all night at the tanks.
Yes, can you repeat that though for everyone, because this is heart-wrenching. This is gutting.
A week we were talking about that Tammy actually couldn't stay at the site any longer after they recovered Cece. She was having such a hard time.
Right.
But the night before, when they recovered Shanann, they couldn't leave the scene unattended. And so Baumhover actually volunteered to stay and watch over so that the girls weren't there by themselves, so that they weren't alone.
Yeah.
Like, that right there is
chills.
That's just.
And no wonder he has PTSD, that poor guy. And yeah, I agree completely.
And just kind of along that line, like, one of the comments that was made earlier was that, these first responders, this is what they signed up for. So, they should be okay with it. But what about the coworkers that had to work there on August 13th alongside Chris, who didn't know these little girls were floating right next to them?
Right.
Oh my God. To where they were standing. What about the supervisors and the crew that had to come from the gas and oil industry to make sure that they were recovered correctly from the tanks and that everybody was safe? How did a supervisor at Anadarko sign up for that?
Right.
Exactly. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're not law enforcement. They aren't trained with anything that even remotely similar to what they had to live through.
And then there's also the story and the narrative being spun that, well, Chris was so lost, he didn't know what he was doing. Do you really think that if this was planned and premeditated, that he would have dropped his girls in the tanks knowing that a coworker would show up? Because apparently he said that the tanks would be checked that same week. So the question that was posed to him was, or the narrative that's being said, like, if this was also calculated and premeditated, why would he drop the girls in the tank knowing that someone would recover them that week? And it's like, no, someone did come that week. As a matter of fact, on the Tuesday the 14th, when everybody's so focused on Troy McCoy and why he went out there, and me being as curious as I am, like, I mean, I went to freaking Survey just to see it for myself. Like, I would have done the same exact thing that Troy did, which is go out there to snoop around, see what's happening. But while everyone's focused on Troy McCoy, you have this water truck guy who's already there, who's already emptying the tanks. And it's in his report that he printed out from his computer or whatever. It says right there how much of the sludge they drained from one of the tanks. And it explains in detail that he was already there and they already emptied and checked the tanks. And that doesn't mean that he climbed in there to see what's in there. Like, that's not what that means. Like, when they're draining the tanks, like they're attaching a hose to it and draining it. Like, it's not like they would have found them there. And also, just to add to that, to further support that notion, is that shortly after this happened, I read in the news that they had actually recovered skeletal remains from a missing person from, I don't know how many, like 20 years or something like that, who was found at an oil site. So
John L. Matthews.
Yes, thank you. So it's like, it's It just doesn't, like, it sounds ridiculous when you have someone with such an air of like authority and confidence creating this stir, and it's just, it doesn't make sense. It's ridiculous. It's really ridiculous.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on the fact that somebody who's looked at Discovery for 2 years and has these immense, huge theories that they claim are fact, why wouldn't they be on channels or talking to other, creators that would have the same expertise? Why would you talk to creators that have never actually read the Discovery until now? It just doesn't make sense to me. You would think that you'd want somebody that was like on your, that understood bits and pieces of the Discovery just like you do, so you could bounce ideas. And, you're asking for a ton of feedback. You ask for feedback. If you're a forensic person, I'd love to hear from you, but we don't return those calls. And then also, I already have 100 forensic people that help me do this reenactment. So I don't really know why I would need anybody else, because I have 100 of them in my back pocket.
Oh, really?
I'm just trying to figure out why, like, what's going on with that.
Yeah, and Deja can testify to this too. When we were on this phone call with the spokesperson, when I like slightly questioned some of the stuff that she was saying, like she started schooling me on psychology.
Yeah,
Oh, boy.
that was a funny
Oh, my
part.
gosh.
You don't understand, Natasha. It's okay that you don't understand.
Right.
What you don't
Maybe you
realize,
understand.
Yeah.
yeah, that's when it was over for me already. Like, it was like, okay,
Right.
I can't with this.
Again, yeah, not many revelations, mostly just circle jerk ridiculousness.
Yep. Yeah, and I mean, it is a circus right now. I think more so than it ever has been out there. Believe it or not. But I have noticed a lot of the trolls that have been trolling, pretty much everyone up here for so long, they've kind of quieted down a bit to make room for the new blood, I guess. I don't know why. But
They might have quieted down for you, but
Right.
you're
we've
right.
Not for us,
been
it
I
hasn't.
haven't been up there out
We've
there
been-
lately.
Actually, both of our channels, Unmasked and True Psych Ward, have been under attack for like the last couple of weeks.
Yep.
Oh boy, yeah.
And our group has really been under attack.
That's horrible.
There's someone filing. So check this out. There's someone filing privacy complaints on every single one of my videos, and right, and then the other day, yesterday, I think I was checking my personal email, and there's like a privacy complaint submission acknowledgement from YouTube, and I open it, and it's like, it basically, like, I privacy struck myself, like my own video from my other email. Like someone is using my own email to privacy report my videos.
Oh my gosh.
So I don't know how in the hell that works, but
I don't either.
YouTube is obviously broken, and
Very broken.
So it's like, it wouldn't surprise me if my channel goes away, because the methods that they're using to silence people are dirty, and I don't know, but yeah, we on this side have not seen. As a matter of fact, like, I feel like the attacks are now just getting more sophisticated and more and more sneaky and ridiculous.
Why do they care so much to hurt other people constantly? Like, why would you care so much? I mean, care about the victims, certainly, but why would you care about people who are in public forums talking about their theories? Or why would, I don't understand that. I can't wrap my mind around why they do that. I just can't.
Well, there's professional what you call quote unquote trolls.
Right.
That this is pure entertainment. This is a huge platform where they get to, it's like a game. They get to go and play. And then they can report back, like, how much chaos is caused. And it's like, who's the better troll almost? It's a
It
very weird
is.
concept, but that's what, it's a competition. I don't know. It's very weird. It is. It's like a game.
It is, and they enjoy, and they're, most of them are regular housewives, like, pretty much all of us here. And I think that I can't. How do you live with yourself? How do you go to sleep at night knowing you very well may have hurt someone to the point of no return? How do you sleep? How do you go about your daily life? I can't understand it at all.
Well, yeah, I don't know. We've been dealing with that for a while now, and the funny part is it's not that hard to figure out, actually, when you step back and look at it. So what you're saying, Natasha, is not that surprising. We've been dealing with similar stuff, and so it's probably all related, I would guess.
Right. The methods are the same, basically.
But because people become disposable.
Right.
Yes.
When you're no longer needed for the narrative, you're disposable.
And you're punished for not going along with it, in my opinion.
Right. Right.
Or you're removed would probably be a better choice of words.
Right.
You're removed. Oh, well,
Removed.
after removal comes punishment, as we saw with Anna. She was removed, and then she was harassed online, doxxed, threatened, discredited. But
yeah, and I'm not sticking around for that. That's why I'm leaving.
Exactly.
So
they can play their games with themselves.
Yeah, this is the email that I got in my personal email box, and as you can see, like, it says, "We received your complaint," and it's my own goddamn live, And then they even followed up and said, "We need to know what exactly you're complaining about and give us the specifics." And here you can see whoever filled it out, they even used my name and they spelled it like it's spelled, like, and like my email address is being shown. Like, this is my email. Like, this is from a video where I was talking about the Frederick files and I was showing the emails. So they're saying that I reported myself for showing my emails.
Uh-huh.
So I don't know how that happens or how, like, what the hell is going on there, but
have you changed your password for?
Yes, I have. I
that
have
email?
since, but yeah, I have, but it's, yeah, I don't want to have anything to do with this anymore. Nothing.
Yep. I know exactly what you mean. I spent yesterday shutting down my old email, opening up a brand new one, changing all my passwords, and I'm over it. If they want to be, it's the weirdest group of stunted, messed up people. I want nothing to do with it either. They can.
And that's how I feel.
Yeah.
When I see the harm that's being done, I don't want to be attached to this.
Right. I mean,
right.
I'm
exactly
glad that they know we know what you're doing. And I mean, that's just the part of me that has to say that. However, I'm not going to play anymore. We're done.
Yeah.
Good.
So
I've said before, go on.
I've gotten a couple of messages of people saying, like, don't leave the case, and and it is kind of difficult, especially like knowing that both Unmasked and us, we're dedicated to the truth and to the facts, and a lot of our supporters believe in us and believe in what we put out. So it's kind of like a mixed emotion for me, where on the one hand, like, I kind of don't want to walk away because of all the information that's spreading around. But then on the other hand, again, like, like Vanessa said, if we look at the patterns and if we look at what's already happened, I would feel stupid sticking around to meet the fate that has met all the people who came before us, basically, because I've already been attacked in real life, and because of my affiliation, quote unquote, with Armchair Detective. Now these trolls are on a whole other level, where I don't need that. It would be self-destructive for me to put myself out there despite the evidence that I'm seeing of what is happening, and the level of malice that these people are willing to go to. Why would anyone subject themselves to that? I mean, Anna's house was broken into. That's not just calling someone's job.
Right.
This is real life.
Don't even get me started on that. Yep.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
But
like
what's the purpose behind all of that? Why do all of this
yeah,
when you say you want the truth, or all these channels of truth?
right.
What is the purpose of convoluting the truth so bad that nobody could ever figure out the truth?
Exactly.
And here's my thing, and I mean, I'm not trying to pull you into anything, Natasha, at all, but you know, there was a comment made not too long ago that we're condescending to our subs because we don't talk about everything that goes on behind the scenes. Well, duly noted. So that's what we're doing.
Right.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, and that's another thing. Like, I've had multiple lives about stuff like that where I talked about the boundaries that are being crossed all over the place, and that the harm that's being done is not just, oh, I'm being bullied online, that it has crossed into messing with people's livelihoods. Because love him or hate him, but what Armchair Detective has been served over the past 2 years has not been fair, and to be called all kinds of names, straight up defaming and slandering him,
Right.
and then to pull us into that, Tanya, too. Like, I just cannot get over the fact that I have been called a trafficker along with Tanya, and that our roots to the Balkan Peninsula confirm that.
Yes, of course.
Because that's, whatever. So
Yeah.
So that's the type of shit that doesn't, and those videos are still up, by the way. And
They are.
This is directly messing with our livelihoods. And you're telling me that you're so dedicated to this anger that you have towards a person that you're willing to purposefully destroy someone's life and their ability to live and work for a living, and you feel like they don't deserve that because they're online talking about their opinion. And
right.
So that's crazy enough in and of itself. But take that a step further. Like, I don't want to know what the next step is. I really don't want to know.
I don't either.
Because we've seen some of it, and the more they're able to freak you out, they get off on it.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And I even heard a woman saying that she's going to find Natasha's license and immediately make a report to the board or whatever about her as soon as she finds her license number. And, never having been a patient of Dr. B, or, having no grounds for reporting her, literally interfering with her livelihood. That was the biggest shocker that I've heard so far. And I don't know if she ever did that. This was, a few months back, but that's frightening. With my old stalkers, like I said, one time they printed and passed around an aerial photo of my house. I still don't know what that was for, but they did it. Which is very scary. It's also scary. And I think one of the things we're facing right now is the fact that the Rourke family, that a lot of them are wanting to please the family as if these people were celebrities, and as if, they hold them in such high regard that they're kind of trampling over each other to try to hurt other people in some twisted way to please the Rourke family.
Same for the lawsuit.
Yeah. And I don't think these
the
families want that. They just want to grieve and deal with their own lives and situations. But these crazies have made contact with them and they are doing everything they're doing to be able to please them, which is sick in itself. Yeah.
Connie, did you happen to listen to the conversation of the spokesperson and Cindy Watts? Have you listened to that by chance?
No, I didn't. I did not yet. No.
When you have a chance, you should. There's a comment in there that really that took me back a lot, and it's Cindy's actually talking, and she's giving lots of praise and how wonderful the spokesperson is and how much she's supported her over the 2+ years.
Sure.
She says, even when, and I'm probably not going to quote it correctly, that's why I want you to go listen to it yourself, but
yeah, I will.
Even when I start to believe he did everything, she's the one that brings me back to the fact that he's innocent.
Oh,
and I thought to myself, so when this woman does try to heal, she has somebody that she thinks is her friend telling her she's wrong and not allowing that to happen. And I thought, I don't want to be that person ever. So I don't want anything to do with that. I never want to give out information that I don't think is fact. When I have a theory, I like to say, this is a theory. This is what I know for a fact. And to give the family, and we've said for 2 years now, why do people keep sending the family all of this hate? Why do people, if somebody else is talking about them, they send it to them. If somebody else is talking, they send it to them. I'm like, I don't want to be a part of it. Like Deja said, a perfect difference. I don't want to be on the side of malice.
Never.
Right.
Teresa,
I don't think there's anything left in this case that isn't malice anymore.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Indeed. And Teresa, hi everyone. Thanks for having me on, Dr. D.
Hi, Joe.
Hi guys. I think that on the side of malice, each side thinks they're right.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So no side thinks they're doing wrong here. So, and Cindy, I think the Watts, they don't have the time. They don't watch the hours and hours and hours it would take to catch up. They just have certain people in their ear. And that's a very dangerous thing.
Mm-hmm.
Very dangerous thing. And then with regards to what is Chris Watts really doing, just to back it up a bit? Is there some method to his madness? I feel in my opinion, could be totally wrong, I feel like he's playing both sides of the fence. And, he's maybe sussing things out. He's keeping his mom and his family happy right now. Yes, you're right. That's how it went. And then he's also keeping Chrissy and Dylan, that side, happy. No, I had nothing to do with it. Maybe, what if he's playing both sides of the fence until he can determine, which is the better strategy? Because he hasn't spoken up. He has not stood up
for him, right?
But he has
for either side, or maybe he stood up for both sides, but he's not. I mean, maybe
I think he sat down and told basically the truth that we're going to get. That's his truth. And regardless if some of the details are a little skewed and don't match Discovery, because I will agree that some do not match Discovery. I think that's the basic gist of his truth, and or what we're going to ever get. I don't think because he didn't expect for everybody to hear that. He didn't expect for the Ruziks to hear everything he said. He didn't expect for his family to hear everything he said. He hadn't even told his family most of that stuff.
Yeah,
because he didn't want them to hear it. So he didn't make that crap up for the detectives.
No, we're ultimately, I believe, going to get the truth that suits him best.
Correct.
Right.
And I think
but I do believe down the road, and it's going to take some time, but, with this investigation and already, you can't, the train has left the station. There's no backing it up, and it's going to take a couple years. But when there's that Netflix series, that's probably 12 to 16 part series, because there's so many rabbit holes to go down.
Sure.
One day, I think the truth will be revealed, if not proven. And I don't know if justice will ever be served, but why has Chris not stood up for one side or the other? He's allowed both sides to be played equally.
Right.
It's the strangest thing.
And again, I believe he's a chameleon. He becomes whoever and whatever he thinks the person in front of him wants to see. And that he has no real no real emotions. He's not tied to good or evil. Either way, he thinks they're both the same. And that's why he's, submerging himself in the religious thing, because he knows religion equals, fundamentally good. And I think that he's doing that to fill himself up with good, or to try to, in order to get some sort of, get rid of his emptiness, which leads him to be anything and everything that anyone wants him to be. It's a really interesting case as far as the psychological aspect of it. And I don't know if we'll ever get the truth out of that man.
I don't know, but everything's blowing up right now since the Netflix documentary. Everything's just bigger and bigger and bigger. And it seems like there's so many more and more and more channels covering Chris Watts. Like, if anybody thinks they're going to get this genie back in the bottle, it's not going to happen. So both families need to be aware that, like, it's too late. And I'm pretty sure they are. But like, I feel bad for Cindy Watts. I do
too. Yeah.
How can this be the case? And then, like, why are the Rusiks not standing up? What is their rebuttal? Okay, you've just been accused. So your in-laws have just said your daughter is a murderer of your grandchildren.
Right.
How's that? And then they're like, oh, they'll take no time to accuse AD of this, that, and the other most horrible thing. Right. And he's never said, one has killed the other like this. Like,
I think they did make a statement. Teresa put it up in our group this morning. Was that this morning, Teresa?
Yeah, I think kind of. It was like 3 a.m. or something like that.
Oh, well, tell me the statement.
We don't sleep, so yeah.
Frankie actually wrote something on his community page, basically saying that all of this is like a joke. None of this is true, and everybody will get the karma that they deserve.
None of what, Teresa?
I don't really understand, but that's, not mine to understand. What was the question? I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just saying none of what is true, but he didn't make it clear. You're saying.
No, it's like 5 pages.
The Shanann thing is not true.
Yeah, that,
right, of course.
What he's responding to basically
is Shanann killing her own children.
There was there's so much of it. He wrote a huge, long, I can't even tell you. I was just trying to tell you the gist of it. But basically,
I have to see that. Yeah. Thank you for letting me know.
Go to his channel and just look at his community page. He has it's like from, I think, 2 days ago now. But just saying that what the spokesperson's coming out with is not true. The Watts family is welcome to believe whatever they want to believe. That doesn't make it true.
And Teresa, when you say spokesperson, you mean Kim?
I do, yes.
Okay, so wow, it's an infight and in all ways.
But there's no winner. That's the thing. It's like they're battling this war where nobody's going to come out a winner. There is no winner in this situation.
Well,
so what is the fight for?
To figure out who the winner is.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't know what is the purpose of it. What are we gaining by indulging in their family war? What are we doing?
Right.
You're right.
Well, I don't want Dr. B to go away. I'm sorry. I feel like if something bombastic with this case comes up, I want to hear Dr. B. Like I don't want her to sign her name in blood over this contract that I'll never talk about the Watts again, because that devastates me. I want to hear her. And like, what if something exactly amazing is revealed? Is Dr. B gonna stop, or will she come back and talk? Please come back and talk.
Yes.
I honestly, I'm done. I'm done with this case.
But you feel that way now, Dr. B. You feel that way now.
Oh no, this has been going on, especially since in the last couple of weeks since this channel came about, and I'm watching it unfold, and I'm in contact with some family members who do not agree with this. Again, I'm bringing it back to the point where there are other children involved that are not being considered when this shitstorm is being created, and it's causing harm not just to those children but to other people. When you're starting to talk about people being removed, I want nothing to do with that. And at this point, with I agree that like Ronnie and Cindy, might not really know the extent of what's going on, because I don't think they can sit like, okay, yesterday, the spokesperson was on a live for 12 hours.
Oh boy.
She was on the live for 12 hours.
Dr. B, are you allowed to say her name, or you prefer not?
I'm allowed to say the name, but I just prefer not
It's
to.
okay, because I just was wondering who it was.
Right.
That's so crazy.
Yeah, no, it's Kim. It's Kim. It's Kim.
Okay.
Yeah. Kim
Yeah.
was on a 12-hour live yesterday.
It's like a 12-hour methamphetamine fueled live.
Oh my gosh.
I don't know if it was meth fueled, but it was 12 hours.
Oh boy.
And during those, like, I don't know, like that just for me is too much, because I don't think that none of the family members sat through the entire 12 hours of that live. And I don't think that any of the family members read the disgusting comments that were in that live. I didn't even watch that. Like, I couldn't watch it personally. Like, and the few times that I did tune in, like, the comments were pretty bad. So I don't think the family really understands the effect that this is having on just the bigger picture and what they're trying to achieve and accomplish. So, but then they're on Kim's channel saying, I 100% support you and agree with what you're doing with this channel. And I cannot support and stand behind what that channel is doing. Therefore, if the family is standing behind them, I cannot support that family if they're encouraging and supporting that kind of behavior. So that's where I draw my line. And the reason why I was in it in the first place up until this point is because I was under the impression that we were actually working on something. And our whole team has kind of organized and literally like taken hours of work, put hours of work into this, to only, like, it does feel like a spit in the face, to be spit in the face. So
I just, Dr. B, but what if now is not the time to let it go? You know what I mean? What if
now is the perfect time to let it go? Because look, let me tell you the other thing too. When we were talking yesterday, Mama Bear, my other mod, who I wish she would come up here, but she was talking about another case of a missing girl whose mother was on social media begging people to help her put the word out. And here we are obsessing with this circus and ridiculousness when one family is begging us to shut up, and the other, the other quote unquote side is being led by this person. I don't want to call people names, that and she's leading them straight into disaster. And I can't, and if I stay there and speak out, I'm going to be removed. Do you see what I mean? So I know that like me sticking around is not going to bring me anywhere closer to the truth. And I think it would just be self-destructive of me to subject myself to that cruelty. So
I can't speak for Vanessa, but I can tell you I feel the exact same way.
Right.
And you're literally speaking like what I'm feeling and what I'm thinking. It's not about I have no hatred for any member of any of these families. I have no anger towards anything that they choose to do. It's their grief, it's their life, it's their family. But how hypocritical am I if I go on here and say I don't agree with it, and yet I want to say I'm friends with these people, but they support it, but I don't. It's like a circle jerk.
Yeah,
it is. Right.
Yeah, because because I'll never forget my last conversation with Cindy. It was painful for me to see the level of her confusion and the
misinformation.
Because I don't know how to describe the feeling, but it felt I did not feel comfortable in my own skin when I got off the phone with her, because I heard the pain in her voice, and I heard the desperation in her voice,
Right.
and I knew in that moment that, you know what, I almost felt like she's been brainwashed to the
Right.
point where
It has.
I'm not gonna be the hero in this story. I'm not
Yeah.
the hero in this story, and this is not my pain or my burden to carry or to fix. So
It's not your fight.
no,
Right.
and for me to and I've told Cindy exactly what I'm saying right now. She knows exactly how I feel about the spokesperson, about everything, and I said my piece, and I feel that I was honest and transparent throughout the whole thing, but I really cannot stand by and throw bones in between this family and their spokesperson, who is adamant. When she refers to Chris, she says, when Chris comes home, we're gonna do this.
Oh,
Right.
have mercy.
That's
Oh, wow.
that's the level of delusion that is being spoon fed to this family for 2+ years now. And I realize that this is much deeper than I am willing or even wanting to go into. So
Yes.
Well, you know what, Dr. B? There is no deeper to go. You've put it out there for her, and maybe it's not having an effect right now.
Well,
Maybe not right now, but maybe in the future, as time goes, what you have said and the things you have planted will help Cindy. You never know. You might be a beneficial force at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Like, there's
and
a
that's
lot
okay.
to come.
And that's okay. And I
that
told
might be your role, and that might have been your, your
Right.
duty here.
and they're all aware of that as well, because I told them also from the very beginning that I am not going to work harder on this than any of them are, and I'm not going to put out fires that could have been prevented, because and we weren't working on the 35C, just to be clear. That's not what my role was.
Right.
Our role was completely different and kind of unrelated to anything that was going on here. But after a while, like after putting out 30 fires and realizing, like, okay, fire number 31 right now is like a California fire.
Right.
The spokesperson is literally destroying everything for this family. And I can't, like, I have to draw the line. And Cindy is aware that she knows that I told her, if you ever hear anything, if you ever need to know something, you need to come to me directly. And she does, and she did. And she knows that if ever she realizes or decides that, okay, like, what we're doing is not right, I'm never going to turn my back on anyone.
Of course not. But she's
I'm
getting
also
that offer from everybody. Everybody's saying, Cindy and Ronnie, we're here for you. You know what I mean? It must be very hard to know who to believe.
Oh,
But
absolutely.
I bet one day they'll come back to you, Dr. B, because you will probably prove to be the more reliable source. But for now, exactly, you've done everything you could. You put it out there, and
yeah, and like I said, there are plenty of other cases that we could discuss and that we should discuss, and there are plenty of other, like I said, people who actually want the help. Whereas here, it's like, even though I felt like I was helping, at the same time, like I couldn't reconcile it within myself, the level of just hatred that was coming from the Rusek side and their trolls, because at one point I found myself like not having positive, or not having like a good, I didn't like them, the Ruseks. I found myself actively disliking the Ruseks, and I have never even met these people. And so at that point, that's when I realized, like, this isn't helping anybody.
Well,
So
I think
that's
that
just my assessment.
Yeah, and you know, with someone like Cindy who is grieving, she's not only grieving the loss of her family, but who are gone, they're deceased. She's grieving the loss of her son, and anyone who's going to go and whisper in her ear, look, there's this other possibility, and he may be innocent. You might get him back at the very least. She's going to eat that up, and that is such a shame because
because that's what she wants to hear.
Right.
Any mother would want to hear. There's a way. Like, what if we could get him out of jail? Which is ridiculous. I mean, at the best, if everything went his way, he might have a little less time, but
correct.
You know, it's like chances are he's not really going to leave prison. But if you're a mother, you're going to believe the most. It doesn't matter what kind of fairy tale you want to believe.
You're going to cling to it because what if? And with the Rourke on the other side, people are whispering in their ears that everybody out here who has theories are against them and against their daughter. And that's what they've been convinced of, you know, opposite to what Cindy's been convinced of, which is that her son may very well be innocent. But the Rourkes hear that there are these evil beings out here who are harassing them by having alternate theories about their family.
Can I just say something? Jane Kelly Quinn, whatever, is saying, I've never seen Cindy grieve for Shanann. Now, again, that goes back to my point. You know, Shanann is their daughter-in-law. And at the same time, now at the same token, you have this person in their ear for 2 years telling them that their daughter-in-law killed their grandchildren and that the baby that she was carrying wasn't Chris Watts's. So can you imagine the conflict, the internal conflict that they've had to kind of live with this whole time? Because let's remember, that's another thing that I wanted to mention. Let's also address the fact that the spokesperson, Kim, has also been saying that she is the one who contacted the media and arranged the interview, the well-known interview that Cindy had, that she's still to this day getting backlash for. And she thought that interview was brilliant, quote unquote. The second point that I want to make also is that since the beginning of this case, we have heard Cindy and Ronnie tell different people that the quote unquote victim's advocate, what's her name, Jean Powers, that they never agreed to anything that she said, that they were in so much shock that they didn't even realize what she was saying, that later when they listened to it or when they were told what she actually said, that they were appalled. But first of all, Jean Powers is not a victim's advocate. She is an attorney at law in Colorado. And she referred to Ronnie and Cindy as her clients. Therefore, somebody had to hire her to represent the Watts during that sentencing hearing. And my second point is, guess who hired or guess who found Jean Powers for the family? Guess who?
Kim?
Yes, the spokesperson is the one who she's saying on the one hand, she's saying, you know, and we, you know, we were the ones when, and I feel like she says we all the time, but at this point, I feel like she's referring to herself as we.
So. Dr. B, I want to pick back on what you just said to Jane Kelly Quinn.
Yeah, go ahead.
You've never heard Cindy grieve for Shanann. I have. I've heard her grieve.
Me too. But like this Jean Powers person, you know, she's the one that says that she found them, and you know, she's the hero in this story because they wouldn't have even considered the Watts victims until last minute when, you know, the hero Kim came in and found Jean Powers for them to get them to be considered as victims. And, you know, and then 5 minutes later, she's saying, well, they were railroaded by Jean Powers because she set them up and they never agreed to what she was saying. So it's like, you can't pick whatever fits in the moment.
Of course.
And that's what I mean by I will not be attached
side.
to something that is doing harm. You know, people saying this, saying that. I'm going to always, speak the truth. When I hear people saying different things about, if I know the truth, I'm going to say it. And like I said, I've heard her grief for Shanann. And I don't care how any one of you guys feel about Cindy. She has grieved for her daughter-in-law.
Well, of course she
I
has.
believe that. Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
And again, it comes back to that same point that we keep driving back over and over again. You don't have to like someone in order to love them.
Yes.
Exactly.
And if Shanann and Cindy butt heads, which they did, it's no secret at this point, and it's no secret that just as much as Shanann and Cindy might have had a role in this, this whole thing is about boundaries. Max just reminded me that there are no boundaries in this family. There are absolutely no boundaries, and everybody's emotionally enmeshed. And I think that Cindy and Shanann are responsible for their relationship, but there's also Chris, this is his wife and this is his parents, this is his family. And for him to say, like, I wasn't allowed to call my parents and my dad, and for Ronnie to say, we were 5 miles away from them at the beach and never got to see him. Like,
yeah,
Chris needs to be embarrassed of that.
It's a sad thing. It's a sad thing. But you know what? This kind of thing goes on with families. People get it all the time. And
every family.
Sometimes it gets resolved and sometimes it doesn't, But this is no excuse for a murderous plot, of course. But
that's what I'm saying. Like, so you don't have to like someone to love them. And it would be ridiculous to say that she wasn't grieving the loss of her daughter-in-law. I feel like it's equivalent to what the quote-unquote trolls say now, that when you question anything about Shanann, it's because you think that she wanted her own murder.
Yeah.
Like because
oh my gosh, I know.
If you question her, that means
in some cases like this, you might grieve more because the relationship was not copacetic. You know what I mean? Like, she would, like, if she had a better relationship with her daughter-in-law, it's one thing. It's like, I think that it's sad because she might grieve even more, if that's possible, that the relationship was not solvent.
Teresa, you were going to say something?
No, I'm just going to say that it's the same as how their relationship was, as how I think of it. And this is just my thoughts and having conversations with the people that we have. There are times where Cindy accepts everything, that this is how it is. This is what happened. And I think at those times she grieves for Shanann. And then I think when she's back on the other spectrum of, she killed my grandbabies, then there's all this anger. And I think that the anger makes the speaking out more, so a lot of people hear that. And I, by no means do I condone anything that she's ever said about Shanann, and because I don't, and I never will. But I get that those are her feelings, and I feel like when she accepts it, she doesn't speak out. And so you don't get to hear the grieving, and you don't get to hear I can't believe my own son, my flesh and blood, did this. Like, he's a monster. And then you have this other side that you do hear, which is when she wants to make sure that justice is served, and so she gets louder, and people hear that. That's what no matter what happens with the families, this is their grief, this is their life. They can do whatever.
Yes, it is, Teresa.
They can deal with it however they see fit.
Right.
It's just, for me, and I, like I said, I don't want to speak for Vanessa, but for me, it's not our responsibility. No. And we bear this weight of trying to help and create a truth so that these families, or this one side of the family, can have peace and can relax and can rest and can grieve in peace. But then you have people who are doing the exact opposite, and we're not going to fight to be on the same team. Do you know what I mean? Like, that doesn't make sense.
Right.
So
there are no teams. Yeah.
We don't even know what the teams are yet. Chris Watts hasn't picked a team.
Right.
Well, Chris
You're right. He doesn't have a team.
And the thing is until his family can accept that he did this, until they can accept that he is probably the reason they didn't get along with Shanann, and a lot of the feeding back and forth, and I've used this example on Mass. When you tell your best friend about your relationship and all you ever tell your best friend is all the bad shit that happens, Your
Yep.
best friend hates your significant other.
Exactly.
Exactly. There
And
you
if
go.
you only
Yeah.
ever tell your best friend all the good things about your husband, when something bad happens, they don't get it. That's why you have to be honest and you have to learn how to
Mm-hmm.
communicate, because there are two sides. Not everything is perfect and not everything is terrible. But if Chris is only telling his family all these, Shanann puts their kids to bed at 6:30 and Shanann does this and Shanann does that, they're just like, God, she's a bitch. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like, that's how we all are. But that's still, once again, this is all Chris. If Chris didn't want the kids put to bed at 6:30, if Chris wanted to hang a damn picture on the wall, if Chris wanted to get a divorce, if Chris wanted to be with somebody else, if Chris wanted to see his family when he was in North Carolina, he was 33 years old. When is he culpable for his own actions?
Exactly.
Oh, he's still not.
And
Exactly.
that's someone said, let me just go back to this comment real quick. Tiffany Blue for You says, Chris Watts let his parents believe Shanann killed the girls. And I think, Deja, I know we've had a lot of conversations about this, that, that another indicator of just maliciousness on Chris's part is to sadistically keep the truth and
Yes.
let his parents run in circles
Yes.
trying to figure out what the truth is. That at this point, even if he came out and said, I did it all, at this point, they have been so tainted that I don't think that they would. Can you imagine, like, for 2 years, someone telling you when Chris gets out, he didn't do any of this, and then put together these little reenactments? Because look, let's face it, Cindy and Ronnie most likely don't have the forensic expertise to even entertain, and they've said, not they've said, but it's clear that they trust Kim. So if she's saying, like, I talked to 100 experts and this is exactly what happened and I could prove, like, if you're being presented this information and you're grieving on top of that, and as monstrous as he is, you did lose your son and he's in prison, and what do you expect was going to happen? What did you expect? Of course she's gonna, or they're gonna gravitate towards people who will feed them this to further prolong this. I don't even want to call it denial, because denial comes from within, and Cindy has questioned before, so I wouldn't say it's denial per se. I would just say that it's like brainwashing.
Because for me, why would he let them hold on to the first confession, but tell law enforcement something different in 2019, then write Cato this horrific letter,
Right.
and then tell all these other people different stories, but allow his family to hold on to the first confession? I always felt like Chris was holding on to the truth like it was some kind of prize to be won.
Well, I think too that goes back to the way he is and what he is. He doesn't want to be, no matter what horrific crimes he's committed, he doesn't want to be quote unquote a bad guy.
But with his
And
parents, though, Tanya,
even
his
to
parents.
his parents, I think that mostly to his parents, actually, he has to be the good guy. So if they're gonna, he's gonna perpetuate the lie that Shanann killed the babies and get in their good grace, please them in some way. He's going to keep doing that because he, again, is a chameleon, and he will be whoever the person in front of him wants him to be.
But how
Let me
can he
tell you,
continue to be a good guy when he with his confession in 2019 and then this horrific letter that he wrote to Cato?
exactly.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
because
exactly the
Cato,
point.
I agree.
the
No, I
letters to
know, but
Cato
that's
were
what he
made up.
thought Cato wanted to hear.
Yeah, that's
No,
the whole
no,
thing. It's like
Tanya.
supposedly
But
the
I
letters
think
to
the letter to
Cato
Cato
that's
was
how he is.
truthful.
No, here's
Chris,
the thing.
Yeah, that is how he
Go
is.
ahead, Teresa.
no, I was just going to say, Chris is, that's how he is. He caters to who he's speaking to. And it seems to be, in my opinion, that his story revolves around who he's speaking to and how it can serve him.
Right.
Teresa, you were going to say
Yep.
something?
I agree.
I don't even know what I was going to say. I don't even know. I lost
I
it.
Oh, no, I'm
apologize.
sorry.
No,
Yeah.
you're okay.
Here's the thing about the February thing. So check this out. Okay, so again, I'm going back to the timelines because that's what I do. But he had that excuse me, he had that interview. That interview was in February, and he was under the impression that this was not gonna get out anywhere, that this was just for the ruse sex or whatever. And when they asked him, are you okay with us telling your family what you told us now? And he said, I would prefer to tell them myself.
He sure did. Yes, he
and
did.
in April, he decides to respond to Scribble, who's been infiltrating him with mail, talking about she wants to write the book. And he was so adamant about this stupid testimony that he disregarded anything and anyone who tried to tell him, hey, Chris, maybe this is not a good idea. But he insisted. And that book and that letter, Deja, that you referenced, where he went into detail, in my opinion, is Chris telling his parents himself
what he did.
What he did.
Possibly.
Once he
I think
found
so. If you go back to what
out,
Shanann always said, Shanann said he wrote things about how he felt.
She sure
He
did.
could write them, but he couldn't say them. So that's why she asked him to write them.
Right. She sure said it.
Because he's the one that doesn't like confrontation and conflict, because he knows if he tells Cindy, I did it all, she would say, what the hell is wrong with you?
Right.
And that's where it would all stop for him. He doesn't want to be in that moment and in that position. And look, I'm not saying that that's unheard of. Like, I don't like conflict myself.
Right.
I'm always like the peacekeeper or whatever. Yep. But like this is kind of like a magnified event. Like, okay, it's one thing to try to avoid conflict, about little things, but look at where we're at right now. While Chris is avoiding all the conflict and trading honey buns and Vaseline in jail, we're over here in fear for our lives.
Yes.
He's having a great time in Gen Pop. He's thriving.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Well, my truth in my fight was never to come into this to try to prove that Chris was innocent.
Right.
And I think Chris did this.
Yep.
On some level.
I just don't think that I don't think that going further to try to you're back to 2018 where there's all these sides, and now you have this whole new crew of Netflix people that have just come in, and it's like it's almost like they think the perfect time to like get all these people on this side. And it's like we were 2 years to get, so there wasn't sides. I'm in groups that where people think that Shanann killed the girls. They're in our group where they know that we don't think that. We all have a mutual respect, and we know what the other one's opinion is. We do not fight about it. And now it's like all of a sudden we're back to chaos of November 2018. It's a flipping nightmare. And I'm like, why are we going backwards? It's not our job to educate all these new people that came in from Netflix. It's not our responsibility. No, it's not a weight we need to bear.
No, but we welcome them when they do come in. I mean, I have to say, on the Armchair Detective channel, we're happy to have new members. And and like, I remember when I was new, that was about 6 months ago or so, and like I went down this total rabbit hole. So now there's this influx of people who are just discovering things, and it's just such a hot mess, more than ever.
Well, there are some that are coming in to look for the truth, and they're doing it the same way we did back in 2008.
Right.
And that's fine. Those people are I'm totally welcome to that. My point is when you have somebody who is trying to create a false story and imprint that into people, it's not my responsibility to go and change their minds.
No, they're going to do their own research and make up their own minds, and that's how it goes.
That's right.
Agreed.
Yep. And I never thought about it the way Natasha just said it, that his response to Cato, that letter, was him telling us basically what he did.
Why would you put that on paper?
Yeah, because I thought that letter was absolutely horrible.
Yes.
For someone so smart as Chris Watts, he did many stupid things. I mean,
It's not stupid though. That's what I'm saying. It's calculated.
Yes.
or
Because
calculated.
it's one thing to say like, oh, I thought we were in private, and you know, I told them what they wanted to hear. But then it's another thing to say, to write it down, to write it out in bullet points,
Yes.
mind you, in
Yes.
bullet points, point by point, in excruciating detail, putting it on a letter, and then signing a piece of paper that Cadel has already, she's published that on her group in Facebook, where he said specifically, I give her permission to use any and all of my
Mhm.
writing for the purposes of her book.
Her book, right.
So what
He signed it away.
you can't tell me that, oh, the letter that wasn't meant to be seen.
No.
Bullshit.
No.
It
Yeah.
was meant
Bullshit.
to be seen. Yes.
Maybe
could
he
never
didn't
figure that letter
understand
out.
what he signed away, but he signed it away.
Well, that's why I know a lot of people are like, Cato plagiarized and Cato did this and Cato did that. For me, she's putting out a book that's going to have the actual copies of his letters in it, which is what I had hoped she had done the first time. To me, that's extremely insightful. I cannot wait to see his letters.
I'm over Cadel too. Like, I don't even. Hell no, she's not getting another. She's not
name attached to it.
She's not getting another $20 out of me. That's for sure.
No. Right.
Oh, Dr. B, we've invited Cheryl and Cadel on the show a few times to the Armchair Detective. We hope she will come on. She did say, like, I'll get back to you on that. And
oh, now she'll get back. But if you watch my Cadelgate videos, you'll see her begging Alan in chat during one of his lives, saying, please, Alan, don't abandon me. It's not what it looks like.
I remember that.
Please, Alan.
Sweet Jesus, when was that? Well, it's
right
in that
after
video.
Right after the plagiarism. She said it was just 3 sentences. It was from memory.
Right.
She was begging him in that live for him not to leave her side, and he never did. And now she's saying, I'll get back to you on that.
I know. So that was a while ago. Exactly. And so now,
I know.
And I mean, I've messaged her. I've emailed her. I believe a few ADs and maybe 1 or 2 other members of the production team, have emailed her, and now she's too busy to get with us.
Yeah, just
right.
Remove her.
Well, here's the thing, though. Here's the irony, and I guess we'll just have to see
How
different
rude.
on this. But I, in my opinion, with the conversations we have, I see her as a lot. It's again the same pattern. They were all about her when it was going to benefit them. They were the ones who wanted her to write the book. Things went sideways and she was removed and discredited. And it's the pattern that happens over and over and over. And everyone can have their own opinions. But if you look back at the past 2 years and look at every single person, I mean, look what we're doing today that has been entangled, and then something goes wrong or something happens, they're removed, discredited, repeat cycle. That's just my 2 cents.
Yeah, but in this case, like, Cadel actually did plagiarize, and
did,
it wasn't
right.
it wasn't the Watts or anyone from like setting her up. Like, she's the one who did that, and that's deceptive. And maybe she went into this innocently or whatever the case, but she knew from the get-go that she even says it herself, like, from the jump, I told him, I want to write your book. She has no writing experience. She has immediately went into this saying, like, this is what I'm going to do. And then, what happened from in between, like towards the end, when they found out what the book is actually going to contain, and that whole shit show that happened between them, where she was removed or whatever, that's different in my opinion. But the fact that, like, she still committed plagiarism, in my eyes, she's lost all credibility, and she's been channel jumping for a year now, basically, where she's been on AD, she's been on Unmasked now, she's been up Cher's ass, looking for Rhonda, like, she's been on Kay's channel, like, there's nowhere that she hasn't gone. But oddly enough, she stays away from me, for example. You know,
Oh, yes,
Right.
of course she would. Of course she would, Dr. V.
and I'm
And-
finding that to be a pattern, actually, for me,
Oh, how
which
funny.
in a strange way, it's a compliment, Dr. B, because she wouldn't, she can't dare challenge.
that's yeah, and
Right.
that's my opinion. I still don't agree
I
with
don't
what happened once, like, you know, that whole thing that was happening in the comment section of Crime Rocket, and like I understand that there was a lot of drama in there and a lot of he said she said and a lot of smear campaigns against her. You know, I understand that, and yes, that would be indicative of the pattern that we have seen of people getting removed. However, she didn't help herself by
Right.
plagiarizing.
No, and I understand that part. I just think that it's one of the other things that's interesting, and this isn't directed, this is just in general, that Teresa and I were talking about not too long ago. There's certain people everyone's willing to forgive and look past, and there's certain people that they're not. And once
Yes.
those people are labeled, they're screwed. And that's
They
just,
are.
and
Yeah.
then you can have someone else that, you know, I don't know, and is somehow forgiven. And it's just strange how that works.
Right.
But I
Yes.
respect
It's a
everyone's
phenomena.
opinion.
Like, how did OJ get forgiven? You know, I understand what you're saying. There are these special cases sometimes in
There are.
in
Right.
society that like somehow the people are forgiven, or they're not held accountable for what they may or may have not done.
Well, I think
Yeah.
with Sherilyn, the weight of her crimes is much less than the weight of the material she actually has access to. And I think that's sort of where people are looking at with Sherilyn. But, you know, also in her defense, when my book was ready to release, or right after it released, I went everywhere. Anyone who'd asked me to come on, I'd be on. So, you know, the channel jumping is something, you know, it's good for business, I guess, or whatever. But you know, I'm really on the fence about Sherilyn. She's a fellow author, and I can't really say anything bad about her. And I want to believe, you know, what the story that I put out there, and then she finally, you know, she went ahead and said the same, exactly that was what happened, was that she took down notes and she forgot where they came from, and she just plugged them into her book and whatever. You know, so I don't know, but she does need, if she does this again, she needs an editor. She needs an editor, even her brother-in-law, you know, someone to look at the book and make sure that it is properly, you know, the grammar is done all right, and, you know, things like that. And not so much for typos, but to make sure that it reads well and flows well. And I'm not sure that she has permission from Chris to actually use the image of his letters. You know, the likeness of his letter. She may have permission to use his words that he wrote in the letters, but she may very well not be allowed to print the actual letters. And that was something that we were talking about on another show, Dr. B, of yours, that if he owns the copyright to all his words, and he gave her a release to use these letters in the book she was writing, but does that include a new book? And that's another thing an attorney would have to answer, because I don't know if she even has the right to do that.
Well, here's what I think I addressed that partially, I think, with the spokesperson, wherein I asked, you know, because I was like, well, if you have these grand plans to get him out of prison, how is the shenanigans with Cadel and Dylan and all of that stuff, how is that gonna help?
Right.
And I was told that, that that is what it is, and Chris is not gonna say no to that. And it's like, but you do realize that that's not going to be helpful for this grand master plan of bringing him home. And it's like, no, we can't do anything about that. That he's already made up his mind about that. But then in the next breath, I'm told that Chris is getting ready to sue Tammy Lee, Rourke, Miranda, Trent Bolt, and everybody, whoever. They even said they wanted to sue the hairdresser. You know, it's like, well, I
I mean, it kind of adds up. It kind of makes sense because Chris has been tight with Dylan, and Dylan is very litigious. So that might have inspired Chris's actions for sure.
What's Dylan gonna do? He's a career criminal. Like, are you telling me that Chris is intimidated by Dylan?
No. Not saying Chris is intimidated by Dylan at all.
No.
I'm saying Chris is learning from Dylan's litigious ways.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yes.
No, and
Chris is learning how to, you don't like this? This is how to file a suit. This is how to make things difficult. This is,
Yeah, of course. And but guess what? He's not gonna ever do that because he's gonna need others to do that for him, which is exactly what's happening here and it's kind of scary, actually. But yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't mean to get everybody all fired up about Cato. I literally just my point is that I want the letters that he actually wrote.
Yes.
Whatever he chooses to add or not add is really irrelevant to me at this point. I want to see what he actually wrote, and I think it's entertaining that the spokesperson wants to discredit those letters without even knowing what they all are, number one.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And number two, saying, well, that was the only way she was going to write a book for him. Because there wasn't thousands of other women that were writing him willing to write his story.
Right.
Well, he had to pick one, and he picked her.
Well, no. My point is that he made this up because otherwise Cato wasn't going to write the book. She said she needed all kinds of gory details, whether they were true or not. Otherwise, she wasn't going to do it. And it's like, what? No, his letters are his letters. They're his words, and that's what I want. Regardless of letters from Christopher, regardless of what else is in this book, I want to see what that man put on paper.
Right, and I never had a problem with Cato either. I mean, I didn't know her to have a problem with her, but I was in her group, and she had put out a partial private text message, and and she said in the heading of it that she doesn't believe in doing any harm. So I commented nicely and said, well, Cato, if it's your, if you don't plan to do any harm, show the whole text message. And I was booted out of the group.
Oh my.
Wow. I was booted out of the group just for saying that. And I was very respectful, just saying to her, if it's your thing that you don't, want to do harm to people, then why don't you show the whole text message and not just what you want to show? And I was kicked out of the group.
And mind you that one of the revelations, no pun intended, that is going to be coming out in this book is that NK was there that night.
Supposedly, right.
Yeah, that's
no. With her,
how can it be otherwise?
With her, it's fact. She was saying as though it's fact
that she
she was part of it, part of what happened that night.
And she might say it might be in a letter. Even that would be even better if it wasn't a letter. But she said, like in multiple comments and emails to people, she said NK was there that night. And of course, according to the spokesperson, that would make Chris guilty. So yes, I can see why Cato would be a thorn in their eye. And I can see how the book in that sense could be useful because it's gonna, further just make the spokesperson's theories look ridiculous. But at the end of the day, regardless of who puts out what, all of those letters and all of those words and everything that's being conveyed to us is not coming from reliable sources, especially not Chris. And so, yeah, it's just gonna continue to be a circus.
Right.
Yeah.
And I wonder if she has an actual contract with Chris.
I don't know, Tanya.
She would have to.
I doubt it.
She'd have to.
What's Chris gonna do? Nothing.
I know.
Chris cannot even secure himself a pro bono attorney. How is he going to have these even I won't even call them sophisticated contracts. You know what I mean?
Right.
Please.
Yeah.
I don't know. All basically, I think everyone wants to do, or at least that armchair detective just wants to investigate the case and get the right questions asked. It just, to me, and to many people, it seems like Chris Watts is controlling all of these people and using all of them. I think he knows exactly what he's doing with this. He moves from
Right.
one woman to the next, and including his mother being one of those women, you
Sure.
know. So like he hasn't stood up for himself either way, and it's crazy. It's like, what is the truth?
Right.
We won't know. Now Ronnie stood up, now Cindy stood up. Well, okay, but like it has to be Chris standing up now to give it any real credibility.
That's true. Yeah, and
Because
he
his
can't get
parents,
himself into.
you can't expect his parents to be in their right mind.
No, of course not. Of course
You
not.
cannot. They are traumatized. They have not been helped. I believe, in my opinion, they have not sought help, because if they were like under a psychiatric care as they should be, or some sort of psychological care, you know, no one would advise them to get involved in online media.
You know what?
Well, I think
You
the
know what?
Watts
The
family.
other thing that kind of is a turnoff for me, for lack of a better word, is that obviously, like, this isn't the first rodeo. This has, like Vanessa pointed out, like, this has been a
Right.
pattern of isolating people who don't agree and things like that. And it's like, after, and I know, for speaking for myself, I know that I've had conversations where I said, you know, this person is probably not the healthiest person to be, you know, in your orbit, because this and this reason. And it wasn't
Sure.
coming from a bad place. It was literally coming from a place of, oh shit, I see where this is going, and it's only going to cause more pain.
It's misguidance.
And this and despite of that, you know, it still happened. And it would go on to the point where now the same people who you've asked for help and who want to help, now those people are being lied to in order to conceal whatever, you know what I mean, like whatever is going on that will eventually hit the fan. And then it ends up hitting the fan, and then everyone's crying and wondering how that happened. But it's like, again, going right back to that same point that I said earlier, like, I'm not going to work harder on this than the very people that asked for help.
Right. And I think, you know, I mean, the families they're so lost. And, you know, if you look at the difference between the two families and especially their involvement with social media. And I understand that Cindy and Ronnie gave an interview to a family friend online, but I think that the Ruseks they're torturing themselves by being on social media. And they, above anyone, needs help, you know, need some psychological help. They just do. They're not coping with it in there's no proper way to cope with grief, but I think that they need the ongoing psychological help, especially young Frankie.
Well, there is a proper way to deal with grief, and this is not it. I agree. Right. I mean, everybody's grief might be different, of course, but like, this is the most negative way to deal with it. Sure. And isn't it like, does anybody else not find it like questionable that the Ruseks have not stood up and like, there's no rebuttal from them? Why your daughter has been accused of killing your grandchildren,
right?
What, you know, they have no problem with their big mouths about AD and how he's so wrong and this and that, and like and other people that they might persecute, probably armchair detective the most.
Right.
So like, now they're not attacking AD. Well, who are you going to attack now? Well, you can only attack, or you can only rebut the people that are saying what must be the most horrifying thing in the world to hear.
Right.
Guess what? We think your daughter killed your grandchildren.
Gosh.
I mean, horrifying, right? Like,
No, I agree, and I think that
Why are they so quiet? Why? I mean,
Yeah.
maybe they're under lawyer, maybe they're under legal guidance, which is
I
like,
doubt it. Come
Well, I
on.
see
I
this
doubt it.
letter that
Really?
Frankie put
Okay.
up on his channel.
Yeah.
Do you want me to share that,
No.
Dr. B, or no?
No,
No.
yeah, put the link in the chat or I'll find it. But I did hear only tonight about that Frankie post. So like interesting.
Yeah, if they had any sort of legal guidance, they would tell them not to even make those posts. But
Correct.
I feel like now we're getting into the what if and why land. So I think I'm trying to think if I forgot anything in terms of like the fact side that
Right.
that I set out here to really talk about. So I don't think so. I don't think I missed anything. But like I said in the beginning, Unmasked and us, we're coming together and we'll be putting all of that together for everyone, and so that you all have all the information that we have, and that way there's no confusion, and those who want to check and look and cross-reference can do so, and others who don't, they don't. That's whatever. It's their
Sure.
perspective, but
Okay.
yeah,
So
that's
Dr. B, that's exciting. You and Unmasked are coming together to present findings. Is that right?
yeah. Vanessa, I've been talking forever. I feel like Vanessa, do you want to chime in as well before we get off too?
No, I think we covered most of it. And so for those of you who didn't see the whole thing, yeah, we're going to be coming together to, I guess, put together our project and just give everybody all of the facts and everything that we've found in 2
I love it. I love it, Vanessa. And Dr. B, will you have a new YouTube page name?
No, we're gonna. We haven't figured out those details yet because right now we're just figuring out how to compile all of that information in a way that's easily digested and navigated. But whatever the case may be, you'll definitely like find out. So that'll be our Christmas present to all of
Awesome.
the
That's exciting. That's exciting. I'm there for it. Whatever it is.
Yeah,
I'm there for
whatever it is. Yep. Let me know if you need anything written beyond the facts.
I don't think so. I think this is just going to be evidence. And I always say the evidence speaks for itself and it tells its own story. So
It does.
you don't really need to add much to it. So
Right. I agree.
Awesome.
all right, Teresa, Deja, anything you guys wanted to add before we climb off?
I know that a lot of people that we have cross subs or cross members, and we're asking like if Unmasked is walking away as well. And I would just have to say I don't know for me personally if I can ever let everything go, but we are going to go through like the Unmasking Chris Watts group. It's going to be a very small group of people that will be left in there to discuss like the actual facts of the case. We're not going to be entertaining the propaganda or the drama that other creators want to either try to literally create or
Right.
or
Right.
spew. It's just going to be like us and the few that we know that have followed, have been there, have and I'm sure Dr. B will stay in there with us. It's just a small community of us that have been here since the beginning, or a long time, and have put so much time and resources into it.
Sure.
And I do think
good luck with no drama. Drama comes with
Yeah,
the territory.
with everything.
I think that if your focus isn't on it, and we haven't really ever focused on the drama, and then all of a sudden all this drama came and kind of created around us.
You don't need to focus on the drama. The drama will find you.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is it kind of encircles you, but you have to be able to distinguish between what is fact and what is drama, and draw a line for yourself. And if you cross that line and you get into the drama, then you're sacrificing your own self-worth and who you are as a person. And that's what I'm not going to do for this.
Right. You guys are awesome.
I don't find being involved in certain drama sacrifices my own self-worth, personally.
Well, I'm more power to you. I'm just talking about what we're going to do on the Unmasked side. You guys are welcome to do whatever you want on the AD side. I support and I am a Patreon and I appreciate what you guys do. But currently, I'm talking about on the unmasked side.
I got
Yeah.
you. We're fans of Unmasked. We're fans.
So that's what
And
I'm saying. So it's definitely whatever, to each his own. But for what we're gonna, proceed with is there are, like Natasha said earlier, there are so many cases and so many things that
Right.
that we want to do other than watch, and those people want help.
Yeah.
I wouldn't want to waste our time and resources dealing with the drama, because that's all literally this case is at this point. Two, why not give our resources and time to somebody who actually cares and wants it?
Right. And I think this is, like I said, this started with just all of the feelings that started, for me personally, started coming up, where at a certain point I felt like not only was I not helpful, but I felt like I was contributing to other people's pain. And I did not feel comfortable with that. And for me, that was just a major indicator that I have overstayed my welcome. And, just because I'm leaving or walking away, like, that doesn't mean anything really, other than I'm not going to be talking about this case anymore. But like, I'll still be around. And so
Dr. B, I feel like you're taking a pause. You're not walking away.
Well, that you can feel like that, but
I want to feel that way.
It is what it is, and I feel like, I've already left all the groups that I was in. I only stayed in the Unmasked group, and I stayed in AD's group and in Jana's group. But yeah, like, I left, and there was like 30 groups that I was in. I was like, oh my God, like, I'm sick.
Yeah, I mean,
I was like, I'm sick. Like, this is too much.
Had to take it down for your own mental health. Take it down.
Yeah, so it was like, it's literally like, I'm done.
Yeah, I think
Right.
We'll do some stuff on it. I know that, if we find something, we'll do certain things that people ask for it specifically, but it can't be our main focus anymore. And it has been our main focus. I have a video on Taylor that has been sitting in my half-finished movie, and I start to research again, and then you know what? Something happens. I have 4 projects I keep pushing off because of drama. It's crazy.
Same. I have a whole thing on the Kurt Cobain thing that I've been working on for months, and I was actually waiting for our jury trial that was supposed to happen in October, and that got pushed away. So I have that Ezra McCandless case that I've been wanting to cover for the longest time. Like, all of these different fascinating stories that truly we can learn from are just being put on the back burner because I continue to put my hand on the stove and expect not to get burned.
Right.
Yeah.
But you get burned.
Absolutely. Oh, AD is in chat. Hi.
Hey,
yes,
dude.
we did. Yeah, we did do the petition as well, so that was another thing. Like, from the beginning, it was about the injustice for me. And I've never, like I said before, I've never heard AD say anything other than, Shanann did not kill those girls. And he's been consistent with that for 2 years. And he's been getting the worst of it, which I don't agree with. And I feel like that, nobody's standing up for, like, against that, where, we're, like I said, putting ourselves in the line of fire for strangers. I don't know. Like, it's just all so weird.
He's taken the worst of it in this true crime community. I mean, it's amazing that he has the strength to persevere, honestly, because I would be having a nervous breakdown. But I know that all AD wants to do is investigate the case and get the right questions asked. And which
is nothing different than what Kim is doing, because her whole look at squirrel shiny object. We have the exclusive is nothing but smoke and mirrors, because at the end of the day, she's got nothing but a theory, which is what they blame Weld County. that Weld County was, it was unconstitutional because the deputy DA, whatever, Wren told them that they got nothing but a theory. So you're telling me that all the shenanigans that we talked about earlier about the switching of the flights and getting drunk and sitting in the Lazy Dog parking lot for hours, like,
It's crazy. Yeah.
that's what the hell is that other than just a theory? And you have, like Deja said, I don't know how that saying goes, Deja, I keep getting it, I feel like I'm gonna get it wrong, but you have the horse there or whatever.
Yeah.
Don't put the cart before the horse.
What?
Don't put the cart before the horse.
No, you were saying like
No, I think it was horse NK. The horse with no name.
You were saying that you mean to tell me that you could have gotten it from the horse's mouth?
Oh yeah, from the horse, right?
And you're sitting here telling me you don't know.
And they're sitting on platforms asking people for their opinion, and I'm like, you got the horse before you, and I mean, you can get it from the horse's mouth. Why do you care about somebody else's opinion when you're talking to the horse himself?
Yes,
I get it.
Exactly.
Hey, Dr. B, can I read something to you and to everybody, if I may?
Yeah, if it's appropriate.
It's most appropriate. It's
absolutely.
No, because you never know what might come out of my mouth. But
no,
this is most appropriate, and it's from Alan, and he says, "Insider, unicorn, Dr. B, most of all, Natalie, my friend. Good luck with your future cases. You have a beautiful and forensic mind. Use it to stay away from drama panels and dig." To help the lost souls who have no voice that's calling after your early life. I know it. They want to speak for them because you are them now. Their final thoughts. Oh, one more thing. I will never see a pizza in the same light again. God bless Amber Cray, my true crime high point, because hospital personnel, law enforcement, first responders, people that work with the abused all know you have to laugh or you will die crying. Damn, that was more than any one thing. You taught me to get sidetracked. I love you, armchair detective.
Aww.
That was the sweetest.
I'm gonna cry. Oh my God.
literally, yeah,
I know. I choked up reading that too.
I know, right?
I was leaking from my face.
I'm glad I read it beforehand, because if I was reading it firsthand, I would have cried.
Yeah, I definitely was leaking from the face this morning.
When leaker, you eye leaker.
Aww.
Oh.
No,
but there's no question. I mean, it can't be disputed that, like, AD and Dr. B have a very, very special relationship, and I just can't imagine either of them turning on each other, and it's really nice to see that kind of. And it doesn't matter, it irregardless of opinion. They might have some differences on how this or that, but we're really. All of us, we're only what ifing.
Exactly.
Right? We're only what ifing. We don't know. We're just trying to figure it out. And sometimes we have an opinion this way or another way, but it will never ever, at least I find it very heartfelt to know that Alan and Dr. B will always be the best of friends. And there will never be any sort of discord.
Yeah, I mean, we might get into disagreements because
because that's life.
That's life, but at the same time, there's no reason for me to turn on people and to hate people, and especially especially when he didn't personally ever give me a reason to. He gets called all kinds of names, but he has I've yet to see him saying anything or sharing anything about me or doing all that nasty, sneaky stuff that people do. And and it's I just whatever. I refuse to what is that saying? Swim with the stream or whatever. I've always been I've always kind of been like swinging off the
you
margin.
refuse to go with the flow just because they're saying evil things. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think what he said in that note too about, you know, my experience up to this point, like, you know, those are my experiences, and those are what made me who I am today. And I'm not going to be told, you know, I make mistakes, obviously, and that's why you need people in your corner who can and will respect you enough to say, hey, I think you're kind of you know, crossing the line, or come back, you know, and to feel safe, to be able to be vulnerable and to be receptive to constructive criticism. But yeah, but that's who I am, and I don't want to, I don't want to be ashamed of that. Like, I'm not
And
going
you
to
don't
be.
have to, because with Armchair Detective, you don't have to. Like, you're the best of friends forever. And if you have different opinions of how this might have happened or that might have happened, I mean, it's only point counterpoint. It has nothing to do with your friendship, and it's refreshing to see, because there's so much hate, right, with all these people, like, with differing opinions and all these trolls and such. You know, it's nice to see that, like, you know, there's still friends here.
Yeah, so, and I think on that note, I think it's a good place to end it. So I really want to thank everyone for being here. And this has been a 4-hour live. I don't want it to turn into a 12-hour.
Oh, good Lord.
And I really want to, from the bottom of my heart, thank Vanessa, Teresa for coming on here, and
Yes, thank you guys.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
Yeah, and for you know, in the last few years, just all of us working together. And you know, this, even though like people were saying that, you know, oh, it's not fair what's going on behind the scenes, like that's not the point of trying to be sneaky, but it was like we all have different pieces of the puzzle, and all of us working together is what allowed us to come to some sort of understanding of what's going on. And you know, I think that I'm excited about finally just putting all of this to rest and just giving everyone the truth that we found as we found it. And
well, Dr. B, you've been most dignified, and I feel like this conversation and all of your panels or any of your shows are most dignified, and you know, there's nothing anybody can say about you with regards to that.
well, thank you. And thank you, Tanya and Joe the Cat, for joining us.
Thank you so much for having us. And you know, Dr. B, whatever you do, I'm behind you, I'm with you. So I'm so glad that we all became friends through this, you know, horrible thing that happened. But you know, there's a silver lining to everything. But thank you, Dr. B and Caffeine, for having me. I love all your rest emails too. You're awesome.
Right, well,
yeah. And if you guys are ready, Armchair Detective, he's he loves Dr. B so much he didn't want to start his live show until she ended.
Oh.
Yeah. So just so you all know, he's been hanging tight. And it's like 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's 11. It's 11 p.m. And yeah. But I mean, you know, those two are like peas and carrots. It's sort of like Forrest Gump, right?
I thought you were going to say carrots and chicken.
No, peas and carrots, those two.
That sounds good.
Like Jenny and Forrest Gump, you know, they'll be friends forever.
Aww.
Yeah. So, well, again, thank you everyone for joining. And I hope that, you know, this is a long one, but I hope that it was helpful. Just dispelling the lies and just bringing some light to the darkness that's been happening. And again, thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Dr.
you.
for your efforts.
So much.
Thanks, girls. Love y'all. Bye.
It took a lot of energy. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night, y'all.
Aw.
All right. Well, Deja, it's you and I again at the end of the road.
Are we off?
No, we're not off.
Oh.
I'm just saying it's you and I again, and I don't know, how do you feel?
I'm happy with our decision. I mean, we all was thinking the same thing, and we weren't together when we were thinking that.
No.
We were feeling like, it's just time to say goodbye.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel that way. If I can't be an asset, I just refuse to be a liability. And I just don't want to be attached to people who are attacking and harming people unnecessarily over a case that they did not know the people, beforehand. Their friends are not running around doing that. And I just refuse to be a part of that. I won't do it.
Right. Yeah. And I mean, we'll be obviously back with different cases, and we're going to be talking about different important issues as well. And hopefully we can be of help and useful to other people who might need to hear what we have to say.
Yes.
So I'm looking forward to that. But for now, it is goodbye, my friends.
Yes.
And yeah, and that's it. We're out.
And look forward to what is it, our Christmas gift.
Yes, our Christmas gift. That's right. So keep an eye out for that. Oh, crap. Last second. Here we go. Oh. We're just about to get off.
I know, and I struggled with it, and I wasn't going to come on, and then I figured I just wanted to tell you guys that you guys did really good tonight, explaining why we need to step away. And yeah, I just wanted to tell everybody in chat that we're grateful for the friendships that we've made during this case. I support everybody that continues to work on this case, because just because I'm stepping away doesn't mean I believe case is closed and we have all the answers. I won't be looking into it anymore.
Yeah, I think it's the best for all of us.
I think you guys covered everything great. And I'm looking forward to our new adventures.
Yes, yes.
I am too.
Yes. All right. Well, on that note, it's time to go. And for our parting gift, I'm going to play our cat. So good night, everyone. And your spirit animal. Yes. Good night. And we all
Good
love
night,
you.
everyone.
Bye.